Hey yo, what's up, YouTube? It's your boy Crakasub, or you could call it Mahabra Shojine. That's actually the reverse, how my name sounds in reverse. Mahabra Shoj. It's the reverse of Josh Abraham. You did not expect that, did ya? Did ya? Lecture 6. Zeeks.
Students' houses at Hogwarts, but their homes where they grew up. So Draco, for instance, grew up in Malfoy Manor. Ron grew up in the Burrow. Harry grew up in number 4 Privet Drive. And according to the internet, no one knows where Hermione grew up. The movies apparently took certain liberties with where she grew up. So for this purpose, we're actually going to remove Hermione because it is unknown exactly where she was born. So we still have some 3 students. But if anyone can spot the potential problem now, how might this be a bad thing? Well, let's go and try and run our own code here. Let me go back to students.py here, and let me propose that I just change my semantics, because I'm now not thinking about Hogwarts houses, but the student's own home. So I'm just going to change some variables. I'm going to change this house to a home, this house to a home, as well as this one here. I'm still going to sort the students by name, but I'm going to say that they're not in a house, but rather from a home. So I've just changed the names of my variables in my grammar in English here, ultimately, to print out that, for instance, Harry is from number 4 Privet Drive, and so forth. But let's see what happens here when I run Python of this version of students.py, having changed students.csv to contain those homes and not houses. Enter. Our first value error. Like the program just doesn't work. What might explain this value error, the explanation of which rather cryptically is too many values to unpack, and the line in question is this one involving split. How did all of a sudden, after all of these successful runs of this program, did line 5 suddenly now break?
In the line in students.csv, you have 3 values. There's a line that you have 3 values and students.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out where every student should be from so that we could create this problem for us. And wonderfully, like the first sentence of the book is number 4 Privet Drive. And so the fact that that address has a comma in it is problematic. Why? Because you and I decided some time ago to just standardize on commas, CSV, comma, separated values, to denote the we standardized on commas in order to delineate one value from another. And if we have commas grammatically in the student's home, we're clearly confusing it as this special symbol. And the split function is now, for just Harry, trying to split it into 3 values, not just 2. And that's why there's too many values to unpack, because we're only trying to assign 2 variables, name and house. Now, what could we do here? Well, we could just change our approach, for instance. Like, one paradigm that is not uncommon is to use something a little less common, like a vertical bar. So I could go in and change all of my commas to vertical bars. That too could eventually come back to bite us, in that if my file eventually has vertical bars somewhere, it might still break. So maybe that's not the best approach. I could maybe do something like this. I could escape the data, as I've done in the past, and maybe I could put quotes around any English string that itself contains a comma. And that's fine. I could do that, but then my code, students.py, is going to have to change too, because I can't just naively split on a comma now. I'm going to have to be smarter about it. I'm going to have to take into account split only on the commas that are not inside of quotes, and it's getting complicated fast. And at this point, you need to take a step back and consider, you know what, if we're having this problem, odds are many other people before us have had this same problem. It is incredibly common to store data in files. It is incredibly common to use CSV files specifically. And so you know what? Why don't we see if there's a library in Python that exists to read and or write CSV files. Rather than reinvent a wheel, so to speak, let's see if we can write better code by standing on the shoulders of others who have come before us, programmers past, and actually use their code to do the reading and writing of CSVs, so we can focus on the part of our problem that you and I care about. So let's propose that we go back to our code here and see how we might use the CSV library. Indeed, within Python, there is a module called CSV. The documentation for it is at this URL here in Python's official documentation, but there's a few functions that are pretty readily accessible if we just dive right in. And let me propose that we do this. Let me go back to my code here, and instead of reinventing this wheel and reading the file line by line and splitting on commas and dealing now with quotes and privet drives and so forth, let's do this instead. At the start of my program, let me go up and import the CSV module. Let's use this library that someone else has written that's dealing with all of these corner cases, if you will. I'm still going to give myself a list, initially empty, in which to store all these students, but I'm going to change my approach here now just a little bit. When I open this file with let me go in here and change this a little bit. I'm going to go in here now and say this. Reader equals csv.reader, passing in file as input. So it turns out, if you read the documentation for the CSV module, it comes with a function called reader, whose purpose in life is to read a CSV file for you and figure out where are the commas, where are the quotes, where are all the potential corner cases, and just deal with them for you. You can override certain defaults or assumptions in case you're using not a comma, but a pipe or something else. But by default, I think it's just going to work. Now, how do I iterate over a reader and not the raw file itself? It's almost the same. The library allows you still to do this. For each row in the reader, so you're not iterating over the file directly now. You're iterating over the reader, which is, again, going to handle all of the parsing of commas and new lines and more. For each row in the reader, what am I going to do? Well, at the moment, I'm going to do this. I'm going to append to my students list the following dictionary. A dictionary that has a name, whose value is the current row's first column, and whose house, or rather home now, is the row's second column. Now, it's worth noting that the reader, for each line in the file, indeed returns to me a row. But it returns to me a row that's a list, which is to say that the first element of that list is going to be the student's name, as before. The second element of that list is going to be the student's home, as now before. But if I want to access each of those elements, remember that lists are 0 indexed. We start counting at 0 and then 1, rather than 1 and then 2. So if I want to get at the student's name, I use row bracket 0. And if I want to get at the student's home, I use row bracket 1. But in my for loop, we can do that same unpacking as before. If I know this CSV is only going to have 2 columns, I could even do this. For name home in reader, and now I don't need to use list notation. I can unpack things all at once and say name here and home here. The rest of my code can stay exactly the same, because what am I doing now on line 8? I'm still constructing the same dictionary as before, albeit for homes instead of houses. And I'm grabbing those values now, not from the file itself and my use of split, but the reader. And again, what the reader is going to do is figure out where are those commas, where are the quotes, and just solve that problem for you. So let me go now down to my terminal window and run python of students.py and hit enter. And now we see successfully, sorted no less, that Draco is from Malfoy Manor, Harry is from number 4, comma, Privet Drive, and Ron is from the Burrow. Questions now on this technique of using CSV reader from that CSV module, which again is just getting us out of the business of reading each line ourselves and reading each of those commas and splitting.
So my questions are related to something a bit in the past. I recognize that you are reading a file every time we're assuming that we have the CSV file to hand already in this case. Is it possible to make a file readable and writable? So in case if you want, you could write some stuff to the file, but then at the same time you could have another function that reads through the file and does changes to it as you go along.
A really good question, and the short answer is yes. However, historically, the mental model for a file is that of a cassette tape. Years ago, not really in use anymore, but cassette tapes are sequential, whereby they start at the beginning, and if you want to get to the end, you kind of have to unwind the tape to get to that point. The closest analog nowadays would be something like Netflix or any streaming service where there's a scrubber that you have to go left to right. You can't just jump there or jump there. You don't have random access. So the problem with files, if you want to read and write them, you or some library needs to keep track of where you are in the file, so that if you're reading from the top and then you write at the bottom and you want to start reading again, you seek back to the beginning. So it's not something we'll do here in class. It's more involved, but it's absolutely doable. For our purposes, we'll generally recommend read the file, and then if you want to change it, write it back out rather than trying to make more piecemeal changes, which is good if, though, the file is massive and it would just be very expensive time-wise to change the whole thing. Other questions on this CSV reader?
Is possible to write a paragraph in that file?
Absolutely. Right now I'm writing very small strings, just names or houses as I did before, but you can absolutely write as much text as you want. Indeed. Other questions on CSV reader?
Can a user choose himself a key, like input key will be a name or home?
So short answer, yes. We could absolutely write a program that prompts the user for a name and a home, and we could write out those values. And in a moment, we'll see how you can write to a CSV file. For now, I'm assuming as the programmer who created students.csv that I know what the columns are going to be, and therefore I'm naming my variables accordingly. However, this is a good segue to one final feature of reading CSVs, which is that you don't have to rely on either getting a row as a list and using bracket 0 or bracket 1, and you don't have to unpack things manually in this way. We could actually be smarter and start storing the names of these columns in the CSV file itself. And in fact, if any of you have ever opened a spreadsheet file before, be it in Excel, Apple Numbers, Google Spreadsheets, or the like, odds are you've noticed that the first row very frequently is a little different. It actually is boldface sometimes, or it actually contains the names of those columns, the names of those attributes below. And we can do this here in students.csv. I don't have to just keep assuming that the student's name is first and that the student's home is second. I can explicitly bake that information into the file just to reduce the probability of mistakes down the road. I can literally use the first row of this file and say name, comma, home. So notice that name is not literally someone's name, and home is not literally someone's home. It is literally the words name and home separated by a comma. And if I now go back into students.py and don't use CSV reader, but instead I use a dictionary reader, I can actually treat my CSV file even more flexibly, not just for this, but for other examples too. Let me do this. Instead of using a CSV reader, let me use a CSV dict reader, which will now iterate over the file, top to bottom, loading in each line of text not as a list of columns, but as a dictionary of columns. What's nice about this is that it's going to give me automatic access now to those columns' names. I'm going to revert to just saying for row in reader, and now I'm going to append a name and a home. But how am I going to get access to the current row's name and the current row's home? Well, earlier I used bracket 0 for the first and bracket 1 for the second when I was using a reader. A reader returns lists. A dict reader or dictionary reader returns dictionaries, one at a time. And so if I want to access the current row's name, I can say row quote unquote name. I can say here for home, row quote unquote home, and I now have access to those same values. The only change I had to make, to be clear, was in my CSV file, I had to include on the very first row little hints as to what these columns are. And if I now run this code, I think it should behave pretty much the same, Python of students.py, and indeed, we get the same sentences, but now my code is more robust against changes in this data. If I were to open this CSV file in Excel or Google Spreadsheets or Apple Numbers and for whatever reason change the columns around, maybe this is a file that you're sharing with someone else, and just because they decide to sort things differently left to right by moving the columns around, previously my code would have broken because I was assuming that name is always first and home is always second. But if I did this, be it manually in one of those programs or here, home comma name, and suppose I reversed all of this. The home comes first, followed by Harry. The borough, then by Ron. And then lastly, Malfoy Manor, then Draco. Notice that my file is now completely flipped. The first column's now the second, and the second's the first, but I took care to update the header of that file, the first row. Notice my Python code, I'm not going to touch it at all. I'm going to rerun Python of students.py and hit enter, and it still just works. And this, too, is an example of like coding defensively. Like, what if someone changes your CSV file, your data file? Ideally, that won't happen. But even if it does now, because I'm using a dictionary reader that's going to infer from that first row for me what the columns are called, my code just keeps working. And so it keeps getting, if you will, better and better. Any questions now on this approach?
Yeah, what is the importance of new line in CSV file?
What's the importance of the new line in the CSV file? It's partly a convention. In the world of text files, we humans have just been for decades in the habit of storing data line by line. It's visually convenient. It's just easy to extract from the file because you just look for the new lines. So the new line just separates some data from some other data. We could use any other symbol on the keyboard, but it's just common to hit Enter to just move the data to the next line. Just a convention. Other questions?
It seems to be working fine if you just have name and home. I'm wondering what will happen if you want to put in more data. Say you wanted to add the house to both the name and the home.
Sure, if you wanted to add the house back. So if I go in here and add house last, and I go here and say Gryffindor for Harry, Gryffindor for Ron, and Slytherin for Draco. Now I have 3 columns, effectively, if you will. Home on the left, name in the middle, house on the right, each separated by commas with weird things like number 4, comma, privet drive, still quoted. Notice if I go back to students.py and I don't change the code at all and run Python of students.py, it still just works. And this is what's so powerful about a dictionary reader. It can change over time. It can have more and more columns. Your existing code is not going to break. Your code would break, would be much more fragile, so to speak, if you were making assumptions like the first column's always going to be name. The second column's always going to be house. Things will break fast if those assumptions break down. So not a problem in this case. Well, let me propose that besides reading CSVs, let's at least take a peek at how we might write a CSV too. If you're writing a program in which you want to store not just students' names, but maybe their homes as well in a file, how can we keep adding to this file? Let me go ahead and delete the contents of students.csv and just re-add a single simple row, name, comma, home, so as to anticipate inserting more names and homes into this file. And then let me go to students.py, and let me just start fresh so as to write out data this time. I'm still going to go ahead and import CSV. I'm going to go ahead now and prompt the user for their name. So input, quote unquote, what's your name, question mark. And I'm going to go ahead and prompt the user for their home. So home equals input, quote unquote, where's your home, question mark. Now I'm going to go ahead and open the file, but this time for writing instead of reading as follows. With open, quote unquote, students.csv, I'm going to open it in append mode so that I keep adding more and more students and homes to the file rather than just overwriting the entire file itself. And I'm going to use a variable name of file. I'm then going to go ahead and give myself a variable called writer, and I'm going to set it equal to the return value of another function in the CSV module called csv.writer. And that writer function takes as its sole argument the file variable there. Now I'm going to go ahead and just do this. I'm going to say writer.writeRow, and I'm going to pass into writeRow the line that I want to write to the file, specifically as a list. So I'm going to give this a list of name, comma, home, which of course are the contents of those variables. Now I'm going to go ahead and save the file. I'm going to go ahead and rerun Python of students.py, hit enter, and what's your name? Well, let me go ahead and type in Harry as my name, and number 4, comma, privet drive, enter. Now notice that input itself did have a comma, and so if I go to my CSV file now, notice that it's automatically been quoted for me so that subsequent reads from this file don't confuse that comma with the actual comma between Harry and his home. Well, let me go ahead and run it a couple of more times. Let me go ahead and rerun Python of students.py. Let me go ahead and input this time Ron and his home as the borough. Let's go back to students.csv to see what it looks like. Now we see Ron, comma, the borough has been added automatically to the file. And let's do one more. Python of students.py, enter. Let's go ahead and give Draco's name and his home, which would be Malfoy Manor, enter. And if we go back to students.csv, now we see that Draco is in the file itself. And the library took care of not only writing each of those rows per the function's name, it also handled the escaping, so to speak, of any strings that themselves contained a comma, like Harry's own home. Well, it turns out there's yet another way we could implement this same program without having to worry about precisely that order again and again and just passing in a list. It turns out if we're keeping track of what's the name and what's the home, we could use something like a dictionary to associate those keys with those values. So let me go ahead and back up and remove these students from the file, leaving only the header row again, name, comma, home. And let me go over to students.py. And this time, instead of using CSV Writer, I'm going to go ahead and use csv.dictWriter, which is a dictionary writer that's going to open the file in much the same way, but rather than write a row as this list of name, comma, home, what I'm now going to do is follows. I'm going to first output an actual dictionary, the first key of which is name, colon, and then the value thereof is going to be the name that was typed in. And I'm going to pass in a key of home, quote unquote, the value of which, of course, is the home that was typed in. But with dictWriter, I do need to give it a hint as to the order in which those columns are when writing it out so that subsequently they could be read even if those orderings change. Let me go ahead and pass in field names, which is a second argument to dictWriter, equals, and then a list of the actual columns that I know are in this file, which of course are name, comma, home. Those times in quotes because that's indeed the string names of the columns, so to speak, that I intend to write to in that file. All right, now let me go ahead and go to my terminal window, run Python of students.py this time. I'll type in Harry's name again. I'll again type in number 4, comma, privet drive, enter. Let's now go back to students.csv, and voila, Harry's back in the file, and it's properly escaped or quoted. I'm sure then if we do this again with Ron and the burrow, and let's go ahead and run it one third time with Draco and Malfoy Manor, enter. Let's go back to students.csv, and via this dictionary writer, we now have all three of those students as well. So whereas with CSV Writer, the onus is on us to pass in a list of all of the values we want to put from left to right. With a dictionary writer, technically they could be in any order in the dictionary. In fact, I could just have correctly done this, passing in home followed by name, but it's a dictionary. And so the ordering in this case does not matter so long as the key is there and the value is there. And because I have passed in field names as the second argument to dictWriter, it ensures that the library knows exactly which column contains name or home, respectively. Are there any questions now on dictionary reading, dictionary writing, or CSVs more generally?
Is there any specific situation for me to use single quotation or double quotation? Because after the print, we use single quotation to represent the key of the dictionary. But after the reading or writing, we use the double quotation.
It's a good question. In Python, you can generally use double quotes or you can use single quotes, and it doesn't matter. You should just be self-consistent so that stylistically your code looks the same all throughout. Sometimes, though, it is necessary to alternate. If you're already using double quotes, as I was earlier for a long F string, but inside that F string, I was interpolating the values of some variables using curly braces, and those variables were dictionaries. And in order to index into a dictionary, you use square brackets and then quotes. But if you're already using double quotes out here, you should generally use single quotes here or vice versa. But otherwise, I'm in the habit of using double quotes everywhere. Others are in the habit of using single quotes everywhere. It only matters sometimes if one might be confused for the other. Other questions on dictionary writing or reading?
Yeah, David. My question is, can we use multiple CSV files in any program?
Absolutely. You can use as many CSV files as you want, and it's just one of the formats that you can use to save data. Other questions on CSVs or file I/O?
Thanks for taking my question. So when you're reading from the file, you had the as a dictionary, you had the fields called. Couldn't you just call when you're reading? Couldn't you just call the row? In the previous version of the students .py file, when you're reading each row, you were splitting out the fields by name.
Yeah, so when you're appending to the students list, can you just call for row in reader students.append row rather than naming each of the fields?
Oh, very clever. Short answer, yes. Insofar as dict reader returns one dictionary at a time, when you loop over it, row is already going to be a dictionary. So yes, you could actually get away with doing this, and the effect would really be the same in this case. Good observation. How about one more question on CSVs?
Yeah, when reading in CSVs from my past work with data, a lot of things can go wrong. I don't know if it's a fair question that you can answer in a few sentences, but are there any best practices to double check that sort of no mistakes occurred?
It's a really good question. And I would say in general, if you're using code to generate the CSVs and to read the CSVs, and you're using a good library, theoretically, nothing should go wrong. It should be 100% correct if the libraries are 100% correct. You and I tend to be the problem. Like when you let a human touch the CSV, or when Excel or Apple Numbers or some other tools involved that might not be aligned with your code's expectations, things then, yes, can break. The goal, sometimes, honestly, the solution is manual fixes. You go in and fix the CSV, or you have a lot of error checking, or you have a lot of try except just to tolerate mistakes in the data. But generally, I would say if you're using CSV or any file format internally to a program to both read and write it, you shouldn't have concerns there. You and I, the humans, are the problem, generally speaking, and not the programmers, the users of those files instead. All right, allow me to propose that we leave CSVs behind, but to note that they're not the only file format you can use in order to read or write data. In fact, they're a popular format, as is just raw text files, .txt files, but you can store data really any way that you want. We've just picked CSVs because it's representative of how you might read and write from a file, and do so in a structured way, where you can somehow have multiple keys, multiple values, all in the same file without having to resort to what would be otherwise known as a binary file. So a binary file is a file that's really just zeros and ones, and they can be laid out in any pattern you might want, particularly if you want to store not textual information, but maybe graphical or audio or video information as well. So it turns out that Python is really good when it comes to having libraries for really everything. And in fact, there's a popular library called Pillow that allows you to navigate image files as well, and to perform operations on image files. You can apply filters a la Instagram. You can animate them as well. And so what I thought we'd do is leave behind text files for now and tackle one more demonstration, this time focusing on this particular library and image files instead. So let me propose that we go over here to VS Code and create a program ultimately that creates an animated GIF. These things are everywhere nowadays in the form of memes and animations and stickers and the like. And an animated GIF is really just an image file that has multiple images inside of it. And your computer or your phone shows you those images one after another, sometimes on an endless loop, again and again. And so long as there's enough images, it creates the illusion of animation, because your mind and mine kind of fills in the gaps visually and just assumes that if something is moving, even though you're only seeing 1 frame per second or some sequence thereof, it looks like an animation. So it's like a simplistic version of a video file. Well, let me propose that we start with maybe a couple of costumes from another popular programming language. And let me go ahead and open up my first costume here, number 1. So suppose here that this is a costume, or really just a static image here, costume1.gif. And it's just a static picture of a cat, no movement at all. Let me go ahead now and open up a second one, costume2.gif, that looks a little bit different. Notice, and I'll go back and forth, this cat's legs are a little bit aligned differently, so that this was version 1. And this was version 2. Now, these cats come from a programming language from MIT called Scratch that allows you very graphically to animate all this and more. But we'll use just these 2 static images, costume 1 and costume 2, to create our own animated GIF that after this you could text to a friend or message them, much like any meme online. Well, let me propose that we create this animated GIF, not by just using some off-the-shelf program that we downloaded, but by writing our own code. Let me go ahead and run code of costumes.py and create our very own program that's going to take as input 2 or even more image files and then generate an animated GIF from them by essentially creating this animated GIF by toggling back and forth endlessly between those two images. Well, how am I going to do this? Well, let's assume that this will be a program called costumes.py that expects 2 command line arguments, the names of the files, the individual costumes that we want to animate back and forth. So to do that, I'm going to import sys so that we ultimately have access to sys.argv. I'm then, from this pillow library, going to import support for images specifically. So from PIL, import image, capital I, as per the library's documentation. Now I'm going to give myself an empty list called images, just so I have a list in which to store 1 or 2 or more of these images. And now let me do this. For each argument in sys.argv, I'm going to go ahead and create a new image variable, set it equal to this image dot open function passing in arg. Now, what is this doing? I'm proposing that eventually I want to be able to run Python of costumes.py and then as command line arguments specify costume1.gif space costume2.gif. So I want to take in those file names from the command line as my arguments. So what am I doing here? Well, I'm iterating over sys.argv, all of the words in my command line arguments. I'm creating a variable called image, and I'm passing to this function, image.open, from the pillow library, that specific argument. And that library is essentially going to open that image in a way that gives me a lot of functionality for manipulating it, like animating. Now I'm going to go ahead and append to my images list that particular image. And that's it. So this loop's purpose in life is just to iterate over the command line arguments and open those images using this library. The last line is pretty straightforward. I'm going to say this. I'm going to grab the first of those images, which is going to be in my list at location 0, and I'm going to save it to disk. That is, I'm going to save this file. Now, in the past, when we use CSVs or text files, I had to do the file opening. I had to do the file writing, maybe even the closing. I don't need to do that with this library. The Pillow library takes care of the opening, the closing, and the saving for me by just calling save. I'm going to call this save function, and just to leave space, because I have a number of arguments to pass, I'm going to move to another line so it fits. I'm going to pass in the name of the file that I want to create, costume.gif. That will be the name of my animated GIF. I'm going to tell this library to save all of the frames that I pass to it. So the first costume, the second costume, and even more if I gave them. I'm going to then append to this first image, the image is 0, the following images equals this list of images. And this is a bit clever, but I'm going to do this. I want to append the next image there, images 1. And now I want to specify a duration of 200 milliseconds for each of these frames, and I want this to loop forever. And if you specify loop equals 0, that is time 0, it means it's just not going to loop a finite number of times, but an infinite number of times instead. And I need to do one other thing. Recall that sys.argv contains not just the words I typed after my program's name, but what else does sys.argv contain? If you think back to our discussion of command line arguments, what else is in sys.argv besides the words I'm about to type, like costume1.gif and costume2?
Yeah, so we'll actually get in the original name of the program we want to run, the costumes.py.
Indeed, we'll get the original name of the program, costumes.py in this case, which is not a GIF, obviously. So remember that using slices in Python, we can do this. If sys.argv is a list, and we want to get a slice of that list, everything after the first element, we can do 1:, which says start at location 1, not 0, and take a slice all the way to the end. So give me everything except the first thing in that list, which, to Mackenzie's point, is the name of the program. Now, if I haven't made any mistakes, let's see what happens. I'm going to run Python of costumes.py, and now I'm going to specify the 2 images that I want to animate. So costume1.gif and costume2.gif. What is the code now going to do? Well, to recap, we're using the sys library to access those command line arguments. We're using the pillow library to treat those files as images, and with all the functionality that comes with that library. I'm using this images list just to accumulate all of these images one at a time from the command line. And in lines 7 through 9, I'm just using a loop to iterate over all of them and just add them to this list after opening them with the library. And the last step, which is really just one line of code broken onto 3 so that it all fits, I'm going to save the first image, but I'm asking the library to append this other image to it as well. Not bracket 0, but bracket 1. And if I had more, I could express those as well. I want to save all of these files together. I want to pause 200 milliseconds, a fifth of a second in between each frame. And I want it to loop infinitely many times. So now, if I cross my fingers as always, hit Enter, nothing bad happened, and that's almost always a good thing. Let me now run code of costumes.gif to open up in VS Code the final image. And what I think I should see is a very happy cat. And indeed. So now we've seen not only that we can read and write files, be it textually, we can read and now write files that are binary, 0s and 1s. We've just scratched the surface. This is using the library called Pillow. But ultimately, this is going to give us the ability to read and write files however we want. So we've now seen that via file I/O, we can manipulate not just textual files, be it TXT files or CSVs, but even binary files as well. In this case, they happen to be images. But if we dived in deeper, we could explore audio and video and so much more, all by way of these simple primitives, this ability somehow to read and write files. That's it for now. We'll see you next time.
Next time. Well, next time's right now.
All right, this is CS50's Introduction to Programming with Python. My name is David Malin, and this is our week on regular expressions. So a regular expression, otherwise known as a regex, is really just a pattern. And indeed, it's quite common in programming to want to use patterns to match on some kind of data, often user input. For instance, if the user types in an email address, whether to your program or a website or an app on your phone, you might ideally want to be able to validate that they did indeed type in an email address and not something completely different. So using regular expressions, we're going to have the newfound capability to define patterns in our code to compare them against data that we're receiving from someone else, whether it's just to validate it, or heck, even if we want to clean up a whole lot of data that itself might be messy because it too came from us humans. Before, though, we use these regular expressions, let me propose that we solve a few problems using just some simpler syntax and see what kind of limitations we run up against. Let me propose that I open up VS Code here, and let me create a file called validate.py. The goal at hand being to validate, how about just that, a user's email address. They've come to your app, they've come to your website, they type in their email address, and we want to say yes or no, this email address looks valid. All right, let me go ahead and type code of validate.py to create a new tab here. And then within this tab, let me go ahead and start writing some code. How about that keeps things simple initially? First, let me go ahead and prompt the user for their email address, and I'll store the return value of input in a variable called email, asking them, what's your email, ? I'm going to go ahead and preemptively at least clean up the user's input a little bit by minimally just calling strip at the end of my call to input, because recall that input returns a string or a stir. Strs come with some built-in methods or functions, one of which is strip, which has the effect of stripping off any leading white space to the left or any trailing white space to the right. So that's just going to go ahead and at least avoid the human having accidentally typed in a space character. We're going to throw it away just in case. Now I'm going to do something simple. For a user's input to be an email address, I think we can all agree that it's got to minimally have an @ sign somewhere in it. So let's start simple. If the user has typed in something with an @ sign, let's very generously just say, OK, valid. It looks like an email address. And if we're missing that @ sign, let's say invalid, because clearly it's not an email address. It's not going to be the best version of my code yet, but we'll start simple. So I'm going to ask the question, if there is an @ symbol in the user's email address, go ahead and print out, for instance, quote unquote valid. Else, if there's not, now I'm pretty confident that the email address is in fact invalid. Now, what is this code doing? Well, if @ sign in email is a Pythonic way of asking, is this string, quote unquote @ in this other string, email, no matter where it is, at the beginning, the middle, or the end, it's going to automatically search through the entire string for you automatically. I could do this more verbosely, and I could use a for loop or a while loop and look at every character in the user's email address, looking to see if it's an @ sign. But this is one of the things that's nice about Python. You can do more with less. So just by saying if at, quote unquote, in email, we're achieving that same result. We're going to get back true if it's somewhere in there, thus valid, or false if it is not. Well, let me go ahead now and run this program in my terminal window with Python of validate.py. And I'm going to go ahead and give it my email address, mailin@harvard.edu, enter, and indeed it's valid. Looks valid, is valid. But of course, this program's technically broken. It's buggy. What would be an example input, if someone might like to volunteer an answer here, that would be considered valid, but you and I know it really isn't valid?
Yeah, thank you. Well, for instance, you can type just 2 signs and that's it, and it still be valid. Still be valid according to your program, but the same.
Exactly. We've set a very low bar here. In fact, if I go ahead and rerun Python of validate.py, and I'll just type in 1 @ sign, that's it. No username, no domain name. This doesn't really look like an email address, but unfortunately, my code thinks it in fact is, because it's obviously just looking for an @ sign alone. Well, how could we improve this? Well, minimally, an email address, I think, tends to have, though this is not actually a requirement, tends to have an @ sign and a single dot at least, maybe somewhere in the domain name. So mailin@harvard.edu. So let's check for that dot as well, though again, strictly speaking, doesn't even have to be that case. But I'm going for my own email address, at least for now, as our test case. So let me go ahead and change my code now and say not only if @ is an email, but also dot is in email as well. So I'm asking now 2 questions. I have 2 Boolean expressions, if @ in email, and I'm anding them together logically. This is a logical and, so to speak. So if it's the case that @ is in email and dot is in email, OK, now I'm going to go ahead and say valid. All right, this would still seem to work for my email address. Let me go ahead and run Python of validate.py, mailin@harvard.edu, enter. And that, of course, is valid as expected. But here, too, we can be a little adversarial and type in something nonsensical like @dot. And unfortunately, that, too, is going to be mistaken as valid, even though there's still no username, domain name, or anything like that. So I think we need to be a little more methodical here. In fact, notice that if I do this like this,
just a minute, I need to search one more thing. Not Python, BioPython. Videos. 4 minutes, okay. 10 minutes, 6 minutes, okay.
sign can be anywhere, and the dot can be anywhere. But if I'm assuming the user is going to have a traditional domain name like harvard.edu or gmail.com, I really want to look for the dot in the domain name only, not necessarily just the username. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and introduce a bit more logic here, and instead do this. Let me go ahead and do email.split of quote unquote @ sign. So email again is a string or a stir. Strs come with methods not just strip, but also another one called split that, as the name implies, will split one stir into multiple ones if you give it a character or more to split on. So this is hopefully going to return to me 2 parts from a traditional email address, the username and the domain name. And it turns out I can unpack that sequence of responses by doing this. Username, comma, domain equals this. I could store it in a list or some other structure, but if I already know in advance what kinds of values I'm expecting, a username and hopefully a domain, I'm going to go ahead and do it like this instead and just define 2 variables at once on 1 line of code. And now I'm going to be a little more precise. If username, then I'm going to go ahead and say print valid. Else, I'm going to go ahead and say print invalid. Now, this isn't good enough, but I'm at least checking for the presence of a username now. And you might not have seen this before, but if you simply ask a question like, if username, and username is a string, well, if username is going to give me a true answer if username is anything except none or quote unquote nothing. So there's a truthy value here, whereby if username has at least one character, that's going to be considered true. But if username has no characters, it's going to be considered a false value effectively. But this isn't good enough. I don't want to just check for username. I want to also check that it's the case that dot is in the domain name as well. So notice here there's a bit of potential confusion with the English language. Here I seem to be saying if username and dot in domain, as though I'm asking the question if the username and the dot are in the domain, but that's not what this means. These are two separate Boolean expressions. If username, and separately,
just a guy
in domain. And if I parenthesize this, we could make that even more clear by putting parentheses there, parentheses here. So just to be clear, it's really two Boolean expressions that we're ANDing together, not one longer English-like sentence. Now, if I go ahead and run this, Python.
I believe this is not your first time on the channel, right? I've seen your name before. Just a guy. I really appreciate that, bro. You think you wanna play Undertale?
Validate.py, enter. I'll do my own email address again, mailin@harvard.edu, and that's valid. And it looks like I could tolerate something like this. If I do mailin at, just say Harvard, I think at the moment this is going to be invalid. Now, maybe the top level domain Harvard exists, but at the moment it looks like we're looking for something more.
CS50P. Oh, okay, that's your YouTube account. Okay. Now we're talking. I think last time you came to the when you typed in on the chat of Twitch, I was 15 minutes late when I looked at the screen. And that's how I missed a conversation. Should I change my YouTube channel name to CS50P? I mean it's your YouTube channel. And CS50P, that name, did it inspire you from the Sans character in Undertale? I think that's how you pick that name, right? You know, as part of you came to my stream, I will get the 15-minute break with Undertale, cause it's been a lot. Also, CS50P, yeah, Sans the skeleton. It's dead anyways, I have no idea what to post. Okay, I mean, you could post anything. How long is the delay from what I say and from the chat? Because I heard the delay is pretty long. $300 subscribers, that's amazing. Okay. I did not know you have a YouTube channel. Interesting. You are an Xbox player. Let me count. Okay. What? 25 seconds. That's... I don't know how to change it. I thought it's... Is it the bits? Bits per second. The delay on Twitch is shorter though. Okay. I don't get it. I think it's the bits part. You know, in OBS streaming service, there's a part with the bits, and I have set it to 2000. If I increase it, I guess the delay would be lower. And that was wow, what? Hey Siri, set a timer for 15 minutes. It's been a while since I... Let me go on Twitch for a change. Yeah, for sure. It's been a while since I played the game. I've seen a guy who took 2 jobs before. Jobs means twice as many legally required breaks. Yeah. Sensitor is here for a change. Well, there's sense, so I'm going to will buys wanna come. Is it gonna be a side quest? Yeah. 5 seconds. How does 2 streaming? I don't get it. I'll try myself away from work. Over here, I know a shortcut. Fast shortcut. Okay, I've been to this club. Also, your voice is too low now. Wait a minute. Let me decrease the volume of the screen. How about now? Which sound is higher? Fun fact, when Sans says it's shortcut, it's another way to say teleportation. Teleportation. It's good now. That's good. You know, it's been a while since I played Undertale. It's been 2 weeks. Hey Sans, weren't you just here for a breakfast a minute ago? Nah, I haven't had breakfast. Breakfast? Go from point A to B, you know? Yeah, teleportation, yeah? You must be thinking of brunch. Here, get comfy. You know, I don't think we could drink. Whoops, watch where you sit. Sometimes weirdos put whoopee cushions on the seats. Anyways, let's order. What do you want? I'm gonna go with the burger. Okay, that sounds pretty good. We'll have a double order of burgers. So, what do you think of my brother? I would say he's cool. Of course he's cool. You'd be cool. You'd be cool too if you wore that outfit every day. He only take that thing off if he absolutely had to, or well, at least he washes it. And by that I mean he wears it in shower. Shower, yeah? That's good. You had breakfast a minute ago. Your crumbs to grub. Want some ketchup? Nope. More for me. I mean, it's a skeleton. How much can you eat? Anyways, cool or not, you have to agree Papyrus tries real hard. Like how he keeps trying to be part of the Royal Guard, and one day he went to the house of the head of the Royal Guard and begged her to let him in. Of course, she shut the door on him because it was at midnight, but the next day she woke up and saw him waiting there. She decided to give him warrior training. It's still a work in progress. Okay. I should try washing my clothes too in the shower. I tried it. And not gonna lie, it saves a lot of time. Oh. Have you ever heard of a talking flower? So you know about it all. So you know all about it. The echo flower. They're all over the marsh. say something to them and they'll repeat it over and over. What about it? Well, Papyrus told me something interesting the other day. Sometimes when no one else is around, a flower appears and whispers things to him. Flattery, advice, encouragement, predictions. Weird, huh? Someone must be using... Keep an eye out, okay? Okay. Thanks. Well, that was advice. Well, that was a long break. I can't believe I let you pull me away from work that long. Oh, by the way, I'm flat broke. Can you foot the bill? Oh, that's fucked up. Okay. It's just, I don't think I have that much money. Just kidding. Will I put it on the tab? Put it on the tab. That's probably Flowey. I was going to say something, but I forgot. You can't just forget stuff. So if I remember, you go this way. You go this way. So Sansi 30, how? Oh, whoa. So you came back to have a date with me? No, you must be really serious about this. I have you take to some place really nice, a place I like to spend a lot of time. No, fucking hell, come on. Sometimes I put my phone in a different place, do something short. I don't remember where the phone is because it is the position I remembered. Then I see it in a new place. Yeah, sometimes it's like magic. It's so my house. No, I'm sorry, Papyrus. It's just you. Sometimes it feels so weird when your phone or stuff that you remember you kept it one place, but it's just not. Feels like, there is some sort of something's acting. I haven't talked to these. This is an echo flower. It repeats the last thing you'd heard over and over. Yo, are you trying to sneak out to see her too? Awesome, she's the coolest, right? I want to be just like her when I grow up. Hey, don't you tell my parents I'm here. Okay. There's a chest. Use the box. Yeah. Oh. Tough glove. This is a box. You can put an item in, or then I take an item out. Why would you though? You can use items there in the box. Sincerely, a box hater. I found the way. I found the way. Let's try something intelligent. I swore I saw something behind that rushing water. That's it? Bro is gonna skip the date with the school skeleton. Nope. I got a place to reach. I don't know if I killed that goat woman, but I even had to defeat her for this adventure. I can't just do this. What the hell? You destroyed her? I mean, I don't know. I hope I did not destroyed the woman. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that's cool. The shadow, that's amazing. Hi, Undyne. I'm here with my daily report regarding that human I called you about earlier. Did I fight them? Yes, of course I did. I fought them valiantly. What? Is it the same person? You destroyed her. You have to pass through the lake. Did you leave that she was... I don't know if she's dead or alive. I mean, her heart broke, but maybe she was tired. What did I capture them? Well, no. I tried very hard on dying, but in the end I failed. What? You are going to take the human soul yourself. But Undyne, you don't have to destroy them, you see. You see. I understand. I'll help you in any way I can. Oh no, Papyrus. I shouldn't have moved. Her heart broke, so she's likely dead. I'm sorry, woman. Looks like I'm dead. Papyrus. That's cool, that's cool. I did not mean to kill that woman, please. Don't make me feel bad about myself. It's the little mother... Yo, did you see the way she was staring at you? Oh, this guy's following. That was awesome. I'm so jealous. What did you do to get her attention? Come on, let's go watch her be some... Let's go watch her be some bad guys. Damn, the animation is cool. But if you don't destroy anybody else, you should still be in a kind of pacifist run. Not true pacifist, but still pacifist. I mean, I did not have any option other than killing that woman. I mean, not even killing, other than defeating the woman. A feeling of dread hangs over you, but you stay determined. Safe. Interesting. When 4 bridge seeds align in water, they will sprout. Align in water? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. Oh shit. Come on, pick it up. Pick it up. Pick up, goddammit. How do you pick that up? Restart. Oh wait, there's no bell. You messed up, press the bell. What do you mean bell? What bell? God damn it! I mean, in another level, there's a thing you can press to reset if you mess up. So I'm still not on that level, I guess. God damn it. It's 15 minutes. Let me try to find the next save point. I am for a fight, bro. Chill, bro. Just take a chill pill, bro. How do you read that? Oh, there's the bell. If an error is made, the bell blossom can call bridge seeds back to where they started. Level 7. How many did you kill? I don't know. How do you see that? How do you see the stuff that you have? Oh shit, I'm level 7. You're into neutral. Yeah, I would say I'm more neutral. Press C. Okay. I mean, what was I supposed to do? If any error is made, the bell blossom you can call bridge seeds back to where they started. Can I take the mushrooms? I don't get it. You have to figure out how to put 4 of them. 4 of them where? Is that how it works? I feel like that was stupid. Do you see at the bottom right? There's a lake. Put the flowers there. It's a secret path. Put them on. So bottom right. You are talking about. Are you talking about this one? But it's a long lake. How do I? Yes. That's a long way. Ah. Don't put them up there. We're talking about here. I believe that's here. No, it makes you think. Makes you think I'm stupid. They have to be 4. But that's gonna be only 3. So should I put it horizontally or vertically? I don't know what it says. Where the sign is. Oh, sign. Okay. This part. I'm too stupid. One, two, three, four. That. Horizontal, put them up, not like in the bottom. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. What? Hell yeah. I just wasn't ready for this, for the responsibility. Okay. There's a lone winch sitting beneath the bench. Would you take it? You got the abandoned quinch. There's a pie. A quinch, pie, are they both same? I'm guessing they're same. So that's the secret path. You know what? I got this. I got this. Come on. See the bridge? Put the flowers up there. That just makes me cross to this side. Right? You talking about this? Just like how you put the flowers from the sign place, you gotta put them horizontal from the bridge. Horizontal from the bridge. Are you talking this? Horizontal to the bridge. Not gonna lie, the music's kinda fire though. It's giving me horror. Are you talking about this? Dude, I'm wasting a lot of time. What? Come on, run, boy. Hit the bell. God damn it. So you are telling me I have to put it like this. I got it. I got it. So I go from here. I go here. One more. This gotta work. Hey, oh yeah. We made it. We made it. Hello, this is Papyrus. How did I get this number? It was easy. I just dialed every number sequentially until I got yours. So what are you wearing? I'm asking for a friend. She saw you wearing a gross bandage. Is that true? Are you wearing a gross bandage? What will you say? I believe I don't have any bandages. So you are wearing a gross bandage. Got it. Wink wink. Have a nice day. Okay, Papyrus is still on our side. It's good. A long time ago, monsters would whisper their wishes to the stars in the sky. If you hope with all the heart you wish, your wish would come true. Now all we have are these sparkling stones on the ceiling. Those are stones? Wishing room. Okay. Yeah, I can't talk to these people. Thousands of people wishing together can't be wrong. The king will prove that. Okay. You know, I'm in a really good mood to fight, but I shall resist. I shall resist the urge to fight. Come on, sis, make a wish. I wish my sister and I will see the real stars someday. Seems my horoscope is the same as last week's. Look through the telescope. Whoa, 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 whoa. Check wall. Check wall. I think they're talking about the wall that's... What? Look through the telescope. Okay. I just need to find the next checkpoint. Okay. Ancient writing covers the walls, you can just make out the words. The war war of humans and monsters. Oh, shit. Why did the humans attack? Indeed, it was seen that they had nothing to fear. Hell yeah. Humans are unbelievably strong and would take the soul of nearly every monster, just to equal the power of a single human soul. But humans have one weakness. Ironically, it's the strength of their soul. It's the power that allows it to persist outside the human body, even after death. If a monster defeats a human, they can take its soul. A monster with a human soul, a horrible beast with unfathomable power. It's an illustration of a strange creature. There's something very unsettling about this drawing. What the? I really like the shadow thing. It's so good. That's so cool. Oh shit! Oh shit! Ooh. Let me just survive. Whoa. Whoa. Woo. Woo. Just let me go. Let me go. Let me. Woo. We're not done. We're not done yet. What? What the? Oh, it's the creep. That guy must be happy right now. She just left him. What? Oh, it's this guy. Yo, did you see that? Undyne just touched me. I'm never washing my face again. Man, are you unlucky? If you were standing just a little bit to the left. Yo, don't worry. I'm sure we'll see her again. Man, not gonna lie, I love this guy, bro. This guy is amazing. Well, got the checkpoint. Knowing the mouse might one day extract the cheese from the mystical crystal. It fills you with determination. Save! Well, that's it for today. It took me more than 15 minutes to play the game. But it was a good progress. I gotta say. Sansi 30, what do you think? What do you think? Is the game? I'm still halfway. Do you think it's almost done? Also, that's a good news. I get to see Undyne. That's amazing. You're in the waterfall. Okay, that's a region in the game, I believe. Is it like half? Before half? After half? I don't think it's after half. I would say you're almost halfway. Okay. I forgot how many hours did I play? 2.9 hours. Okay, I still got 4 hours to play. I heard it's about 7 to 8 hours. Okay. Well. So it is. I need to make the comments a bit bigger. It's hard to read. Well, back to Python lecture 7. I still got 2 more lectures.
Looking for a top-level domain too, like .edu. So for now, we'll just consider this to be invalid. But it's not just that we want to do It's not just that we want to check for the presence of a username and the presence of a dot. Let's be more specific. Let's start to now narrow the scope of this program, not just to be about generic emails more generally.
Enjoy those lectures.
EDU addresses.
I appreciate you, bro.
For
I
someone
appreciate
in,
you for
US
checking out the
University, for
stream.
instance, whose email address tends to end with .edu. I can
Oh,
be a little
appreciate it.
more precise, and you might recall this function already. Instead of just saying, is there a dot somewhere in domain, let me instead say, and the domain ends with, quote unquote, .edu. So now we're being even more precise. We want there to be minimally a username that's not empty. It's not just quote unquote nothing. And we want the domain name to actually end with .edu. Let me go ahead and run python and validate.py. And just to make sure I haven't made things even worse, let me at least test my own email address, which does seem to be valid. Now, it seems that I minimally need to provide a username because we definitely do have that check in place. So I'm going to go ahead and say Malin. And now I'm going to go ahead and say @ and it looks like I could be a little malicious here, just say malin at .edu, as though minimally meeting the requirements of this pattern. And that, of course, is considered valid, but I'm pretty sure there's no one at malin at .edu. We need to have some domain name in there, so we're still not being quite as generous. Now, we could absolutely continue to iterate on this program, and we could add some more Boolean expressions. We could maybe use some other Python methods for checking more precisely. Is there something to the left of the dot, to the right of the dot? We could use split multiple times, but honestly, this just escalates quickly. Like, you end up having to write a lot of code just to express something that's relatively simple in spirit. Just format this like an email address. So how can we go about improving this? Well, it turns out in Python, there's a library for regular expressions. It's called succinctly RE, and in the RE library, you have a lot of capabilities to define and check for and even replace patterns. Again, a regular expression is a pattern, and this library, the RE library in Python, is going to let us define some of these patterns, like a pattern for an email address, and then use some built-in functions to actually validate a user's input against that pattern, or even use these patterns to change the user's input or extract partial information therefrom. We'll see examples of all this and more. So what can and should I do with this library? Well, first and foremost, it comes with a lot of functionality. Here's the URL, for instance, to the official documentation. And let me propose that we focus on using one of the most versatile functions in the library, namely this, search. re.search is the name of the function in the RE module that allows you to pass in a few arguments. The first is going to be a pattern that you want to search for in, for instance, a string that came from a user. The string argument here is going to be the actual string that you want to search for that pattern. And then there's a third argument, optionally, that's a whole bunch of flags. A flag, in general, is like a parameter you can pass in to modify the behavior of the function. But initially, we're not even going to use this. We're just going to pass in a couple of arguments instead. So let me go ahead and employ this RE library, this regular expression library, and just improve on this design incrementally. So we're not going to solve this problem all at once, but we'll take some incremental steps. I'm going to go back to VS Code here, and I'm going to go ahead now and get rid of most of this code, but I'm going to go into the top of my file and first of all import this RE library. So import RE gives me access to that function and more. Now, after I've gotten the user's input in the same way as before, stripping off any leading or trailing white space, I'm just going to use this function super trivially for now, even though this isn't really a big step forward. I'm going to say if re.search contains quote unquote @ in the email address, then let's go ahead and print valid. Else, let's go ahead and print invalid. At the moment, this is really no better than my very first version where I was just asking Python if @ in the email address. But now, I'm at least beginning to use this library by using its own re.search function, which for now you can assume returns a true value effectively if indeed the @ is in email. Just to make sure that this version does work as I expect, let me go ahead and run python of validate.py and enter. I'll type in my actual email address, and we're back in business. But of course, this is not great, because if I similarly run this version of the program and just type in an @, not an email address, and yet my code, of course, thinks it is valid. So how can I do better than this? Well, we need a bit more vocabulary in the realm of regular expressions in order to be able to express ourselves a little more precisely. Really, the pattern I want to ultimately define is going to be something like, I want there to be something to the left, then an @, then something to the right, and that something to the right should end with .edu, but should also have something before the .edu, like Harvard or Yale or any other school in the US as well. Well, how can I go about doing this? Well, it turns out that in the world of regular expressions, whether in Python or a lot of other languages as well, there are certain symbols that you can use to define patterns. At the moment, I've just used literal raw text. If I go back to my code here, this technically qualifies as a regular expression. I've passed in a quoted string inside of which is an @ sign. Now, that's not a very interesting pattern. It's just an @ sign. But it turns out that once you have access to regular expressions or a library that offers that feature, you can more powerfully express yourself as follows. Let me reveal that the pattern that you pass to re.search can take a whole bunch of special symbols. And here's just some of them. In the examples we're about to see, in the patterns we're about to define, here are the special symbols. You can use a single period, a dot, to just represent any character except a new line, a blank line. So that is to say, if I don't really care what letters of the alphabet are in the user's username, I just want there to be one or more characters in the user's name, dot allows me to express A through Z, uppercase and lowercase, and a bunch of other letters as well. Star is going to mean, in single asterisk, 0 or more repetitions. So if I say something star, that means that I'm willing to accept either 0 repetitions, that is nothing at all, or more repetitions, 1 or 2 or 3 or 300. If you see a plus in my patterns, that's going to mean 1 or more repetitions. That is to say, there's got to be at least one character there, one symbol, and then there's optionally more after that. And then you can say 0 or 1 repetition. You can use a single question mark after a symbol, and that will say I want 0 of this character or 1, but that's all I'll expect. And then lastly, there's going to be a way to specify a specific number of symbols. If you use these curly braces and a number, represented here symbolically as m, you can specify that you want m repetitions, be it 1 or 2 or 3 or 300. You can specify the number of repetitions yourself. And if you want a range of repetitions, like you want this few characters or this many characters, you can use curly braces and 2 numbers inside, called here m and n, which would be a range of m through n repetitions. Now, what does all of this mean? Well, let me go back to VS Code here, and let me propose that we iterate on this solution further. It's not sufficient to just check for the @ sign. We know that already. We minimally want something to the left and to the right. So how can I represent that? I don't really care what the user's username is or what letters of the alphabet are in it, be it Malin or anyone else's. So what I'm going to do to the left of this equal sign is I'm going to use a single period. The dot that, again, indicates any character except for a new line. But I don't just want a single character, otherwise the person's username could only be A at such and such, or B at such and such. I want it to be multiple such characters, so I'm going to initially use a star. So dot star means give me something to the left, and I'm going to do another one, dot star something to the right. Now this isn't perfect, but it's at least a step forward, because now what I'm going to go ahead and do is this. I'm going to rerun python to validate.py. I'm going to keep testing my own email address just to make sure I haven't made things worse, and that's now OK. I'm now going to go ahead and type in some other input, like how about just Malin @ with no domain name whatsoever, and you would think this is going to be invalid, but, it's still considered valid. But why is that? If I go back to this chart, why is Malin @ with no domain now considered valid? What's my mistake here? By having used dot star @ dot star as my regular expression or regex.
Because you're using the star instead of the plus sign?
Exactly. The star, again, means 0 or more repetitions, so re.search is perfectly happy to accept nothing after the @ sign, because that would be 0 repetitions. So I think I minimally need to evolve this and go back to my code here, and let me go ahead and change this from dot star to dot plus, and let me change the ending from dot star to dot plus, so that now when I run my code here, let me go ahead and run python of validate.py. I'm going to test my email address as always. Still working. Now let me go ahead and type in that same thing from before that was accidentally considered valid. Now I hit enter. Finally, it's invalid. So now we're making some progress on being a little more precise as to what it is we're doing. Now I'll note here, like with almost everything in programming, Python included, there's often multiple ways to solve the same problem. And does anyone see a way in my code here that I could make a slight tweak if I forgot that the plus operator exists and go back to using a star? If I allowed you only to use dots and only stars, could you recreate the notion of plus
Yes, use another dot. Dot star.
Yeah, because if a dot means any character, we'll just use a dot. And then when you want to say or more, use another dot and then the star. So equivalent to dot plus would have been dot star, because the first dot means any character, and the second pair of characters, dot star, means 0 or more other characters. And to be clear, it does not have to be the same character. Just by doing dot or dot star does not mean your whole username needs to be A, or AA, or AAA, or AAAA. It can vary with each symbol. It just means 0 or more of any character back to back. So I could do this on both the left and the right. Which one is better? You know, it depends. I think an argument can be made that this is even more clear because it's obvious now that there's a dot, which means any character, and then there's the dot star. But if you're in the habit of doing this frequently, one of the reasons things like the plus exist is just to consolidate your code into something a little more succinct. And if you're familiar with seeing the plus, now maybe this is more readable to you. So again, just like with Python more generally, you're going to often see different ways to express the same patterns, and reasonable people might agree or disagree as to which way is better than another. Well, let me propose, too, that we can think about both of these models a little more graphically. If this looks a little cryptic to you, let me go ahead and rewind to the previous incarnation of this regular expression, which was just a single dot star. This regular expression, dot star at dot star, means what again? It means 0 or more characters, followed by a literal @ sign, followed by 0 or more other characters. Now, when you pass this pattern in as an argument to re.search, it's going to read it from left to right and then use it to try to match against the input, email in this case, that the user typed in. Now, how is the computer, how is re.search going to keep track of whether or not the user's email matches this pattern? Well, it turns out that it's going to be using a machine of sorts, implemented in software known as a finite state machine, or more formally, a non-deterministic finite automaton. And the way it works, if we depict this graphically, is as follows. The re.search function starts over here in a so-called start state. That's the sort of condition in which it begins. And then it's going to read the user's email address from left to right, and it's going to decide whether or not to stay in this first state or transition to the next state. So for instance, in this first state, as the user's reading my email address, malin@harvard.edu, it's going to follow this curved edge up and around to itself, a reflexive edge, and it's labeled dot because dot again just means any character. So as the function is reading my email address, malin@harvard.edu, from left to right, it's going to follow these transitions as follows. M, A, L, A, N. And then it's hopefully going to follow this transition to the second state, because there's a literal @ sign both in this machine as well as in my email address. Then it's going to try to read the rest of my address. HARVARD.EDU, and that's it. And then the computer's going to check, did it end up in an accept state, a final state that's actually depicted here pictorially a little differently with double circles, one inside of the other. And that just means that if the computer finds itself in that second accept state, after having read all of the user's input, it is indeed a valid email address. If by some chance the machine somehow ended up stuck in that first state, which does not have double circles and is therefore not an accept state, the computer would conclude this is an invalid email address instead. By contrast, if we go back to my other version of the code where I instead had dot plus on both the left and the right, recall that re.search is going to use one of these state machines in order to decide from left to right whether or not to accept the user's input, like malin@harvard.edu. Can we get from the start state, so to speak, to an accept state to decide, yep, this was, in fact, meeting the pattern? Well, let's propose that this non-deterministic finite automaton looked like this instead. We're going to start as before in the leftmost start state, and we're going to necessarily consume one character per this first edge, which is labeled with a dot to indicate that we can consume any one character, like the M in malin@harvard.edu. Then we can spend some time consuming more characters before the @ sign, so the A, L, A, N. Then we can consume the @ sign. Then we can consume at least one more character, because recall that the regex has dot plus this time. And then we can consume even more characters if we want. So if we first consume the H in harvard.edu, that then leaves the A, R, V, A, R, D, and then dot EDU. And now here too, we're at the end of the story, but we're in an except state because that circle at the end has 2 circles total, which means that if the computer, if this function finds itself in that except state after reading the entirety of the user's input, it is too, in fact, a valid email address. If by contrast, we had gotten stuck in one of those other states, unable to follow a transition, one of those edges, and therefore unable to make progress in the user's input from left to right, then we would have to conclude that that email address is in fact invalid. Well, how can we go upon improving this code further? Let me propose now that we check not only for a username, and also something after the username, like a domain name, but minimally required that the string ends with .edu as well. Well, I think I could do this fairly straightforward. Not only do I want there to be something after the @ sign, like the domain, like Harvard, I want the whole thing to end with .edu. But there's a little bit of danger here. What have I done wrong by implementing my regular expression now in this way by using .plus, @+, .edu? What could go wrong with this version?
The dot means something else in this context where it means 0 or more repetitions of a character, which is why it will interpret it differently.
Exactly. Even though I mean for it to mean literally .edu, a period and then .edu, unfortunately in the world of regular expressions, dot means any character, which means that this string could technically end in AEDU or BEDU or CEDU and so forth, but that's not in fact that I want. So any instincts now as to how I could fix this problem, and let me demonstrate the problem more clearly. Let me go ahead and run this code here. Let me go ahead and type in mailin@harvard.edu, and as always, this does in fact work, but watch what happens here. Let me go ahead and do mailin@harvard, and then mailin@harvard ?edu, enter. That too is valid. So I could put any character there and it's still going to be accepted, but I don't want ?edu, I want .edu literally. Any instincts then for how we can solve this problem here? How can I get this new function, re.search, and a regular expression more generally to literally mean a dot, might you think?
You can use the escape character, the \.
Indeed, the so-called escape character, which we've seen before outside of the context of regular expressions when we talked about new lines. \n was a way of telling the computer, I want a new line, but without actually literally hitting enter and moving the cursor yourself. And you don't want a literal n on the screen. So \n was a way to escape n and convey that you want a new line. It turns out regular expressions use a similar technique to solve this problem here. In fact, let me go into my regular expression. And before that final dot, let me put a single \. In the world of regular expressions, this is a so-called special sequence, and it indicates, per this \, and a single dot, that I literally want to match on a dot. It's not that I want to match on any character and then edu. I want to match on a dot or a period edu. But we don't want Python to misinterpret this \, as beginning an escape sequence, something special like \n, which even though we as the programmer might type 2 characters \n, it really is interpreted by Python as a single new line. We don't want any kind of misinterpretation like that here, so it turns out there's one other thing we should do for regular expressions like this that have a \, used in this way. I want to specify to Python that I want this string, this regular expression in double quotes, to be treated as a raw string, literally putting an R at the beginning of the string to indicate to Python that you should not try to interpret any \s in the usual way. I want to literally pass the \, and the dot, and the edu into this particular function search in this case. So it's similar in spirit to using that f at the beginning of a format string, which of course tells Python to format the string in a certain way, plugging in variables that might be between curly braces, but in this case, R indicates a raw string that I want passed in exactly as is. Now it's only strictly necessary if you are in fact using \s to indicate that you want some special sequence like \dot, but in general, it's probably a good habit to get into to just use raw strings for all of your regular expressions so that if you eventually go back in, make a change, make an addition, you don't accidentally introduce a \, and then forget that that might have some special or misinterpreted meaning. Well, let me go ahead and try this new regular expression. I'll clear my terminal window, run Python of validate, run Python of validate.py, and then I'll type in my email address correctly, mailin@harvard.edu, and that's fortunately still valid. Let me clear my screen and run it one more time, Python of validate.py, and this time let's mistype it as mailin@harvard ?edu, whereby there's obviously not a dot there, but there is some other single character that last time was misinterpreted as valid, but this time, now that I've improved my regular expression, it's discovered as indeed invalid. Any questions now on this technique
God
for
damn.
matching something to the left of the @ something to the right, and now ending with .edu explicitly?
Yeah.
What happens when a user enters multiple @?
A good question. You kind of called me out here. Well, when in doubt, let's try. Let me go ahead and do Python invalidate.py, mailin @ harvard.edu, which also is incorrect. Unfortunately, my code thinks it's valid. So another problem to solve, but a shortcoming for now. Other questions on these regular expressions thus far?
Can you use curly brackets M instead of backslash?
Can you use curly brackets instead of backslash? Not in this case. If you want a literal dot, backslash dot is the way to do it literally. How about one other question on regular expressions?
Is this the same thing that Google Forms uses in order to categorize data? In, let's say, if you've got multiple people sending in requests about some feedback, do they categorize the data that they get using this particular regular expression thing?
Indeed, if you've ever used Google Forms to not just submit it, but to create a Google form, one of the menu options is for response validation, in English at least. And what that allows you to do is specify that the user has to input an email address or a URL or a string of some length. But there's an even more powerful feature that some of you may not have ever noticed. And indeed, if you'd like to open up Google Forms, create a new form temporarily, and poke around, you will actually see, in English at least, quote-unquote regular expression mentioned as one of the mechanisms you can use to validate your user's input into your Google Forms. So in fact, after today, you can start avoiding these specific drop-downs of like email address or URL or the like, and you can express your own patterns precisely as well. Regular expressions can even be used in VS Code itself. If you go and find or do a find and replace in VS Code, you can of course just type in words like you could into Microsoft Word or Google Docs. You can also type, if you check the right box, regular expressions and start searching for patterns, not literally specific values. Well, let me propose that we now enhance this implementation further by introducing a few other symbols, because right now with my code, I keep saying that I want my email address to end with .edu and start with a username, but I'm being a little too generous. This does in fact work as expected for my own email address, mailin@harvard.edu, but what if I type in a sentence like, my email address is mailin@harvard.edu, and suppose I've typed that into the program or I've typed that into a Google form, is this going to be considered valid or invalid? Well, let's consider. It's got the @ sign, so we're good there.
Valid.
It's got one or more characters to the left of the @ sign. It's got one or more characters to the right of the @ sign. It's got a literal .edu somewhere in there to the right of the @ sign. And granted, there's more stuff to the right. There's literally this period at the end of my English sentence. But that's okay, because at the moment, my regular expression is not so precise as to say the pattern must start with the username and end with the .edu. Technically, it's left unsaid what more can be to the left and what more can be to the right. So when I hit enter now, you'll see that that whole sentence in English is valid, and that's obviously not what you want. In fact, consider the case of using Google Forms or Office 365 to collect data from users. If you don't validate your input, your users might very well type in a full sentence or something else with a typographical error, not an actual email. So if you're just trying to copy all of the results that have been typed into your form so you can paste them into Gmail or some email program, it's going to break because you're going to accidentally paste something like a whole English sentence into the program instead of just an email address, which is what your mailer expects. So how can I be more precise? Well, let me propose we introduce a few more symbols as well. It turns out, in the context of a regular expression, one of these patterns, you can use the caret symbol, the little triangular mark, to represent that you want this pattern to match the start of the string specifically. Not anywhere, but the start of the user string. By contrast, you can use a $sign in your regular expression to say that you want to match the end of the string, or technically just before the new line at the end of the string. But for all intents and purposes, think of caret as meaning start of the string, and $sign as meaning end of the string. it is a weird thing that one is a caret and one is a $sign. These are not really things that I think of as opposites, like a parenthesis or something like that, but those are the symbols the world chose many years ago. So let me go back to VS Code now, and let me add this feature to my code here. Let me specify that, yes, I do want to search for this pattern, but I want the user's input to start with this pattern and end with this pattern. So even though it's going to start looking even more cryptic, I put a caret symbol here at the beginning, and I put a $sign here at the end. That does not mean I want the user to type a caret symbol or a $sign. This is special symbology that indicates to re.search that it should only look for now an exact match against this pattern. So if I now go back to my terminal window, and I'll leave the previous result on the screen, let me type the exact same thing. My email address is mailin@harvard.edu, enter, sorry, period, and now I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. Now that's considered invalid. But let me clear the screen, and just to make sure I didn't break things, let me type in just my email address, and that too is valid. Any questions now on this version of my regular expression, which note goes further to specify even more precisely that I want it to match at the start and the end? Any questions on this one here?
Okay, you have slash and .edu, and then the $sign. But the dot is like one of the regular expression, right?
It normally is, but this backslash that I deliberately put before this period here is an escape character. It is a way of telling re.search that I don't want any character there. I literally want a period there. And it's the only way you can distinguish one from the other. If I got rid of that slash, this would mean that the email address just has to end with any character, then an E, then a D, then a U. I don't want that. I want literally a period, then the E, then the D, then the U. This is actually common convention in programming and technology in general. If you and I decide on a convention whereby we're using some character on the keyboard to mean something special, invariably we create a future problem for ourselves when we want to literally use that same character. And so the solution in general to that problem is to somehow escape the character so that it's clear to the computer that it's not that special symbol, it's literally the symbol it sees.
So we don't need another slash before the $sign?
No, because in this case, $sign means something special. Per this chart here, $sign by itself does not mean US dollars or currency. It literally means match the end of the string. If, however, I wanted the user to literally type in a $sign at the end of their input, the solution would be the same. I would put a backslash before the $sign, which means my email address would have to be something like mailin@harvard.edu $sign, which is obviously not correct too. So backslashes just allow you to tell the computer to not treat those symbols specially, like meaning something special, but to treat them literally instead. About one other question here on regular expressions.
You said one represents to make it 1 plus, then you said 1 was to make it 1 with nothing.
Sure,
So
let me rewind in time. I think what you're referring to was one of our earlier versions that initially looked like this, which just meant 0 or more characters, then an @sign, then 0 or more other
6 more
characters.
minutes
We then
before I do
evolved
my
that
push-ups.
to be this, dot plus on both sides, which means 1 or more characters on the left, then an @sign, then 1 or more characters on the right. And if I'm interpreting your question correctly, one of the points I made earlier was that if you didn't use plus or forgot that it exists, you could equivalently achieve the exact same result with 2 dots and a star. Because the first dot means any character, it's got to be there. The second dot star means 0 or more other characters. And same on the right. So it's just another way of expressing the same idea. 1 or more can be represented like this with dot dot star, or you can just use the handier syntax of dot plus, which means the same thing. All right, so I dare say there's still some problems with the regular expression in this current form, because even though now we're starting to look for the username at the beginning of the string from the user, and we're looking for the .edu literally at the end of the string from the user, those dots are a little too encompassing right now. I'm allowed to type in more than the single @sign. Why? Because is a character, and dot means any character, so honestly, I can have as many @signs as this thing at the moment as I want. For instance, if I run python and validate.py, mailin@harvard.edu still works as expected. But if I also run python to validate.py and incorrectly do mailin at harvard.edu, that should be invalid, but it's considered valid instead. So I think we need to be a little more restrictive when it comes to that dot, and we can't just say, oh, any old character there is fine. We need to be more specific. Well, it turns out that regular expressions also support this syntax. You can use square brackets inside of your pattern.
Just a minute. I need to wash my hands. Yazama. What the?
And inside of those square brackets, include one or more characters that you want to look for specifically. Alternatively, you can, inside of those square brackets, put a caret symbol, which unfortunately in this context means something completely different from match the start of the string, but this would be the complement operator inside of these square brackets, which means you cannot match any of these characters. So things are about to look even more cryptic now, but that's why we're focusing on regular expressions on their own here. If I don't want to allow any character, which is what a dot is, let me go ahead and I could just say, well, I only want to support A, or B's, or C's, or D's, or E's, or F's, or G's. I could type in the whole alphabet here, plus some numbers to actually include all of the letters that I do want to allow. But honestly, a little simpler would be this. I could use a caret symbol and then an @ sign, which has the effect of saying, this is the set of characters that has everything except an @ sign. And I can do the same thing over here. Instead of a dot, to the right of the @ sign, I can do open bracket, caret, @ sign. And I admit, things are starting to escalate quickly here, but let's start from the left and go to the right. This caret outside of the square brackets at the very start of my string, as before, means match from the start of the string. And let's jump ahead. The dollar sign, all the way at the end of the regular expression, means match at the end of the string. So if we can mentally tick those off as straightforward, let's now focus on everything else in the middle. Well, to the left here, we have new syntax, a square bracket, another caret, an @ sign, and a closed square bracket, and then a plus. The plus means the same thing as always. It means one or more of the things to the left. What is the thing to the left? Well, this is the new syntax.
30 minutes.
Inside of square brackets here, I have a caret symbol and then an @ sign. That just means any character except an @ sign. It's a weird syntax, but this is how we can express that simple idea. Any character on the keyboard except for an @ sign. And heck, even other characters that aren't physically on your keyboard, but that nonetheless exist. Then we have a literal @ sign. Then we have another one of these same things. Square bracket, caret, @ closed bracket, which means any character except an @ sign, then one or more of those things, followed by literally a period edu. So now let me go ahead and do this again. Let me rerun Python of validate.py and test my own email address to make sure I've not made things worse, and we're good. Now let me go ahead and clear my screen and run Python of validate.py again and do mailin @ harvard.edu, crossing my fingers this time, and finally, this now is invalid. Why? I'm allowing myself to have one @ sign in the middle of the user's input, but everything to the left, per this new syntax, cannot be an @ sign. It can be anything but one or more times. And everything to the right of the @ sign can be anything but an @ sign one or more times, followed by, lastly, a literal .edu. So again, the new syntax is quite simply this. Square brackets allow you to specify a set of characters that you literally type out at your keyboard, A, B, C, D, E, F, or the complement, the opposite, the caret symbol, which means not, and then the one or more symbols you want to exclude. Questions now on this syntax here.
So right after @ sign, can we use the curly brackets M1 so that we can only have one repetition of the @ symbol?
Absolutely. So we could do this. Let me go ahead and pull up VS Code and let me delete the current form of a regular expression and go back to where we began, which was just .*@ and .*. I could absolutely do something like this and require that I want at least one of any character here, and then I could do something more to have any more as well. So the curly brace syntax, which we saw on the slide earlier but didn't yet use, absolutely can be used to specify a specific number of characters, but honestly, this is more verbose than is necessary. The best solution, arguably, or the simplest at least, ultimately, is just to say .+. But there too, another example of how you can solve the same problem multiple ways. Let me go back to where the regular expression just was and take other questions as well. Questions on these sets of characters or complementing that set?
So can you use that same syntax to say that you don't want a certain character throughout the whole string?
You could. It's going to be, you could absolutely use the same character to exclude you could absolutely use this syntax to exclude a certain character from the entire string, but it would be a little harder right now because we're still requiring .edu at the end. But yes, absolutely. Other questions?
What happens if the user inputs .edu in the beginning of the string?
A good question. What happens if the user types in .edu at the beginning of the screen? Well, let me go back to VS Code here, and let's try to solve this in two different ways. First, let's look at the regular expression and see if we can infer if that's going to be tolerated. Well, according to the current cryptic regular expression, I'm saying that you can have any character except the @ sign, so that would work. I could have the dot for the .edu, but then I have to have an @ sign. So that wouldn't really work because if I'm just typing in .edu, we're not going to pass that constraint. So now let me try this by running the program. Let me type in just literally .edu. That doesn't work. But, I could do this, .edu @ .edu. That too is invalid. But let me do this, .edu @ something .edu. That passes. So it's starting to get a little weird now. Maybe it's valid, maybe it's not, but I think we'll eventually be more precise too. About one more question on this regular expression and these complementing of sets.
Can we use another domain name as the string input?
Can you use another domain name? Absolutely. I'm using my own just for the sake of demonstration, but you could absolutely use any domain or top-level domain, and I'm using .edu, which is very US-centric, but this would absolutely work exactly the same for any top-level domain. All right, let me go ahead now and propose that we improve this regular expression further, because if I pull it up again in VS Code here, you'll see that I'm being a little too tolerant still. It turns out that there are certain requirements for someone's username and domain name in an email address. There is an official standard in the world for what an email address can be and what characters can be in it. And this is way too accommodating of all the characters in the world except for the @ symbol. So let's actually narrow the definition of what we're going to tolerate in usernames, and companies like Gmail could certainly do this as well. Suppose that it's not just that I want to exclude @signs. Suppose that I only want to allow for, say, characters that normally appear in words, like letters of the alphabet A through Z, be it uppercase or lowercase, maybe some numbers, and heck, maybe even an underscore could be allowed too. Well, we can use this same square bracket syntax to specify a set of characters as follows. I could do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Oh my God, this is going to take forever. I'm going to have to type out all 26 letters of the alphabet, both lowercase and uppercase. So let me stop doing that. There's a better way already. If you want to specify within these square brackets a range of letters, you can actually just do a hyphen. If you literally do A hyphen Z in these square brackets, the computer is going to know you mean A through Z. You do not need to type 26 letters of the alphabet. If you want to include uppercase letters as well, you just do the same. No spaces, no commas. You literally just keep typing A through capital Z. So I have little a hyphen little z, big A hyphen big Z. No spaces, no commas, no separators. You just keep specifying those ranges. If I additionally want numbers, I could do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, you don't need to type in all 10 decimal digits. You can just say 0 through 9 using a hyphen as well. And if you now want to support underscores as well, which is pretty common in usernames for email addresses, you can literally just type an underscore at the end. Notice that all of these characters.
Python, yes, it's Python. How's it going? Yeah, pretty good. I still got 2 more lectures, then I need to look into BioPython. So a lot of shit to do. How about you? How is stuff going? And I actually just played the, I think maybe 30 or 40 minutes ago, we just completed Undertale. So that's going to be part 9. Can you still hear me? Is it still audible? It's been pretty good. Okay. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you for checking out the stream. And I heard that the audio chat delay is about 25 seconds. Is that same for you? Is the audio lag that big? Because if it is, that's something I should change. Yeah, it has a big delay. "35 seconds. I gotta restart the stream? How do I? Let me see if I could make a difference right now. I think I have to close the stream. Settings. Playback speed, not the playback speed. Notations, stable volume. It's not the play. What do we do? Cinema mode, mini player, subtitles, captions. Timestamps, pop out chat. How do I change this? Edit video. Maybe there. No. That's not where you change these. Moderation, none. Then close it and I'll come back when you fix it. Okay, let me see what I can do. So on OBS advanced network optimization, stream delay, enable delays. That stream settings, backup stream, stream, show advanced settings. No, I don't think this has a lot of shit to do. Nah. Restream ain't got shit. I want to learn Python, but Python too, but since I'm taking coding class now, we're learning Lua, which is easier. Then we will move to Python. Okay, Lua. What course do you do? Like, my plan is to learn Python, just go for the introductions to Python, then go for BioPython, because I study biological chemistry, so I need to get into the BioPython and, look into the latest software that is going around this, try to learn the software and apply for jobs. That's it. I really want a remote job that I can do based on my subject. That's what I'm planning. I don't know how it's gonna turn out, but yeah. What you are learning Lua? Which direction are you going? Output 2000 KB per second. Video encoder. CPU usage. Keyframe interval, bit rates. So what are the settings I should change? I think after Python we will learn JavaScript, but I'm not sure. So you're studying computer science as a subject. I'm 13. Dude. 13 Python? Really? I mean, yeah, if you think it's if you start thinking this early, that's good, right? Damn, 13? Really? Uh, Put me in the perspective. 13. I'm two you I'm two if I was 2 more years older, I would be 10 years older than you. Puts me into perspective. What the Oh, I'm sorry. I can't swear. I'm sorry. So go to YouTube live dashboard under stream settings, find latency. Where is this YouTube live dashboard? Swear all you want. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I mean, is it part of your school? They're teaching you these computer language at the age of 13. Which school are you from? Come on. Customization, live chat reply, slow mode. No, I did not set slow mode. Analytics, not the analytics. Live commentary, approved users, live reaction clips. Channel advanced settings. Permission. I don't see. Not in school. I'm taking classes from home in Zoom. Like my mom pays for them. Okay. So you are kind of homeschooling. Interesting. I mean, yeah, you never know how much capable you are until you do those classes. So how do you think about the Lucia language? It's Lucia what? Lua, not Lucia. Lua. Do you think Lua is easier to learn or it's hard to keep track? Flowey. Lua is pretty easy, okay. Are you interested in these computer languages? What is this? It's what you use in Roblox. Okay. Interesting. You know, my younger sister plays Roblox. Lua programming language. Can a 13-year-old learn Lua? What? Anyone can learn Lua, okay? Lua crash course. God damn it. What do use Lua for? Game development, okay. Damn. We even have 10-year-old in the class. So she will be 13 when she get in Python. God damn it. It brings me to perspective. What, 10-year-olds, 13-year-olds? I don't know how it's gonna work. No, I mean, the earlier your brain adapts to these, the better. I did not expect this. Interesting. Where do you... So did you decide to learn this, or your mom was like, yeah, you gotta learn it. You gotta learn this class. What else do you learn? When I was her age, I was using freaking Scratch. Is that another language or some sort? How to open YouTube? Go to YouTube Studio. YouTube Studio. Okay, go to YouTube Studio. Freaking Scratch. Scratch. Is that another language? Analytics. Where do I go? In the left hand menu, click Create. Will allow you. Okay. I wanted to learn coding. Scratch is blocks. Mm-hmm. Choose low to ultra low latency. There's no option for that. Visibility, education, not made for kids, add tags, language, commons, moderation. Oh. Stream settings. Okay. Stream latency. I should set it to low or ultra low. Okay, that's what I need to change. Maybe that makes a difference. Congratulations, you received 100 messages today with Restream chat. I appreciate that. Scratch is a really easy and bad platform to learn basis of coding with blocks. Ah. Oh, I seen these. Yeah, okay. You know what? I really appreciate you for sharing this information. You know, I got something to tell my sister to learn. University of Alabama. Okay, Scratch. So this is how you started learning Python, coding. Scratch, scrat. It's not even scratch. It's scratch. Scratch, yeah. So how do I? So I found the stream latency. I need to maybe stop the stream and restream again, I guess. Also, Flowey, what? How do you code? Where do you code? Do you have a computer, a laptop? What do you use? Yeah, be right back. Okay. Damn. Kids these days, huh? I did not expect those from a 13-year-old.
Are inside of square brackets, which just again means here is a set of characters that I want to allow. I have not used a caret symbol at the beginning of this whole thing because I don't want to complement it with an E, not complement it with an I. Don't want to complement it by making it the opposite. I literally want to accept only these characters. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing on the right. If I want to require
I gotta do
domain
push-ups.
names similarly come from this set of characters, which admittedly is a little too narrow, but it's familiar for now, so we'll keep it simple. I'm going to go ahead and paste that exact same set of characters over there to the right. And so
Okay,
now
I'm back.
it's much more restrictive. Now I'm going to go ahead and run Python.
No Undertale? Oh, I'm sorry, Flowey.
And we're still good. I'm going to clear my
We
screen and
could have played Undertale, but today I already played Undertale. 15 minutes of Undertale with another person called Just a Guy on YouTube or Sansi30 on Twitch. So today's Undertale was already gone. But if you could make it to tomorrow's stream, we could play Undertale for 15 minutes. You could be the one who continue the series. And let me just take my push-ups. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Well, then I'll be on the next stream. Okay. Shout out to Flowey. I really appreciate you for checking the stream. I really appreciate you, bro. Or sister, I don't know. But good luck on the computer language. That's a good start.
Run it once more, this time trying to break it. Let me go ahead and
I'm
do
subbed
something
to be
like,
in the
how
next
about
stream.
David underscore
I appreciate
Malin
that.
at harvard.edu, enter, but that too is going to be valid. But if I do something completely wrong again, like Malin at harvard.edu, that's still going to be invalid. Why? Because my regular expression currently only allows for a single at in the middle, because everything to the left must be alphanumeric, alphabetical or numeric, or an underscore, the same thing to the right, followed by the .edu. Now, honestly, this is a regular expression that you might be in the habit of typing in the real world, as in, as cryptic as this might look, this is the world of regular expressions, so you'll get more comfortable with this syntax over time. But thankfully, some of these patterns are so common that there are built-in shortcuts for representing some of the same information. That is to say, you don't have to constantly type out all of the symbols that you want to include, because odds are some other programmer has had the same problem. So built into regular expressions themselves are some additional patterns you can use. And in fact, I can go ahead and get rid of this entire set.
I mean, I'm mostly
A through
a
Z
builder
lowercase, A
because
through Z
my
uppercase, 0 through
scripting
9 and
skills
underscore,
sucks.
and just replace it with a single.
Dude, you're 13. You got time to improve. Well, I'll leave now, so have fun in the Python learning. I appreciate you, Flowey, for checking out the stream. And if you could, you should make it tomorrow's stream so we could continue the Undertale. Peace out.
\W. \W in this case represents a word character, which is commonly known as a alphanumeric symbol or the underscore as well. I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to highlight the entire set of square brackets, delete it, and replace it with a single \W. And now I feel like we're making progress because even though it's cryptic, and would have looked way cryptic a little bit ago,
Huge W's.
and even though it would have looked even more cryptic a little bit ago, now it's at least starting to read a little more friendly.
Now,
This caret on the left means start matching at the beginning of the string. \W means any word character. The plus means one or more. At symbol literally. Then another word character, one or more. Then a literal dot, then literally edu, and then match at the very end of the string, and that's it. So there's more of these too, and we won't use them all here, but here is a partial list of the patterns you can use within a regular expression. One, you have \D for any decimal digit. Decimal digit meaning 0 through 9. Commonly done here too is if you want to do the opposite of that, the complement, so to speak, you can do \D, which is anything that's not a decimal digit. So it might be letters and punctuation and other symbols as well. Meanwhile, \S means white space characters, like a single hit of the space, or maybe hitting tab on the keyboard, that's white space. \S is the opposite or complement of that, anything that's not a white space character. \W we've seen, a word character, as well as numbers and the underscore. And if you want the complement or opposite of that, you can use \W to give you everything but a word character. Again, these are just common patterns that so many people were presumably using in yesteryear that it's now baked into the regular expression syntax so that you can more succinctly express your same ideas. Any questions then on this approach here, where we're now using \W to represent my word character?
So what I want to ask about was the actually the previous approach, like the square bracket approach. Could we accept like lists in there?
Yes, we'll see this before long, but suppose you wanted to tolerate not just .edu, but maybe .edu or .com. You could do this. You could introduce parentheses, and then you can OR those together. I could say com or edu. I could also add in something like, in the US, or gov, or net, or anything else, or org, or the like. And each of the vertical bars here means something special. It means or, and the parentheses simply group things together. Formally, you have this syntax here. A or B, A or vertical bar B means A has to match or B has to match, where A and B can be any other patterns you want. In parentheses, you can group those things together. So just like math, you can combine ideas into one phrase and do this thing or the other. And there's other syntax as well that we'll soon see. Other questions on these regular expressions and this syntax here?
What if we put spaces in the expression?
Sure. So if you want spaces in there, you can't use \w alone, because that is only a word character, which is alphabetical, numerical, or the underscore. But you could do this. You could go back to this approach whereby you use square brackets, and you could say A through Z, or A through Z, or 0 through 9, or underscore, or, I'm going to hit the space bar, a single space. You can put a literal space inside of the square brackets, which will allow you then to detect a space. Alternatively, I could still use \w, but I could combine it as follows. I could say, give me a \w or a \s, because recall that \s is white space, so it's even more than a single space. It could be a tab, but by putting those things in parentheses, now you can match either the thing on the left or the thing on the right one or more times. How about one other question on these regular expressions?
Perfect. So I was going to ask, does the \w include a dot? Because no. Okay.
Nope, it only includes letters, numbers, and underscore. That is it.
And I was wondering, you gave an example at the beginning that had spaces, like this is my email, so and so. I don't think our current version, even quite a long while ago, stopped accepting it. Was that because of the caret, or because of something else?
The reason I was handling spaces in other English words when I typed out my email address as mailin@harvard.edu was because we were using initially .* or .+, which is any character. And even after that, we said anything except the @, which includes spaces. Only once I started using square brackets and A through Z and 0 through 9 and underscore did we finally get to the point where we would reject white space. And in fact, I can run this here. Let me go into the current version of my code in VS Code, which is using, again, the \Ws for word characters. Let me run python validate.py and incorrectly type in something like, my email address is mailin@harvard.edu, period, which has spaces to the left of my username. And that is now invalid because space is not a word character. Yorgo notes, too, that technically I'm not allowing dots. And some of you might be thinking, wait a minute, my Gmail address has a dot in it. That's something we're going to still have to fix. \w is not the end-all here. It's just allowing us to express our previous solution a little more succinctly. Now, one thing we're still not handling quite properly is uppercase versus lowercase. The \w technically does handle lowercase letters and uppercase because it's the exact same thing as that set from before, which had little a through little z and big A through big Z. But watch this. Let me go ahead in my current form, run python validate.py, and just because my caps lock key is down, mailin@harvard.edu, shouting my email address, it's going to be OK in terms of the mailin. It's going to be OK in terms of the Harvard, because those are matching the \w, which does include lowercase and uppercase, but I'm about to see invalid. Why? Why is mailin@harvard.edu invalid? It's in all caps here, even though I'm using \w.
Yeah, so you are asking for the domain.edu in lowercase, and you're typing in uppercase.
Exactly. I'm typing in my email address in all uppercase, but I'm looking for literally .edu. And as I see you with AirPods and so many of you with headphones, I apologize for yelling into my microphone just now to make this point. But let's see if we can't fix that. Well, if my pattern on line 5 is expecting it to be lowercase, there's actually a few ways I can solve this. One would be something we've seen before. I could just force the user's input to all lowercase. And I could put onto the end of my first line .lower and actually force it all to lowercase. Alternatively, I could do that a little later. Instead of passing in email, I could pass in the lowercase version of email, because email addresses should, in fact, be case insensitive. So that would work, too. But there's another mechanism here, which is worth seeing. It turns out that that function before, called re.search, supports, recall, a third argument as well, these so-called flags. And flags are configuration options, typically to a function, that allow you to configure it a little differently. And how might I go about configuring this call to re.search a little bit differently insofar as I'm currently only passing in 2 arguments? Well, it turns out that some of the flags you can pass into this function are these. It turns out that the regular expression library in Python, aka RE, comes with a few built-in variables, so to speak, things that you can think of as constants that have meaning to re.search, and they do so as follows. If you pass in as a flag re.ignore case, what re.search is going to do is ignore the case of the user's input. It can be uppercase, lowercase, a combination thereof. The case is going to be ignored. It will be treated case insensitively. And you can do other things, too, that we won't do here. But if you want to handle the user's input that maybe spans multiple lines, maybe they didn't just type in an email address, but an entire paragraph of text, and you want to match different lines of that text, that is multiple lines, another flag is for re.multi-line, for just that, or re.all, whereby you can configure the dot to recognize not just any character except new lines, but any character plus new lines as well. But for now, let me go ahead and just make use of this first one. Let me pass in a third argument to re.search, which is re.ignore case. Let me now rerun the program without clearing my screen, python of validate.py. Let me type in again in all caps, effectively shouting, mailin@harvard.edu, enter, and now it's considered valid, because I'm telling re.search specifically to ignore the case of the input, and that too here is fine. And why might I do this approach rather than call .lower in one of those other locations? If I don't actually want to change the user's input for whatever reason, I can still treat it case insensitively without actually changing the value of that variable itself. All right, any final questions now on this validation of email addresses?
So the pattern is a string, right? Can we use an F string?
You can. Yes, you can use an F string so that you could plug in, for instance, the value of a variable and pass it into the function. Other questions on this?
Access W character, could we take it as an input from the user?
Technically, yes. That's not a problem we're trying to solve right now. We want the user to provide literal input, like their email address, not necessarily a regular expression. But you could imagine building software that asks the user, especially if they're more advanced users, to type in a regular expression for some reason to validate something else against that. And in fact, that's what Google's doing. If you play around with Google Forms and create a form with response validation and select regular expression, Google lets you and I type in our own regular expressions, which would be a perfect example of that. All right, well, let me propose that we try to solve one other problem here, whereby if I go into the same version as before, which is now ignoring case, but I type in one of my other email addresses. Let me go ahead and run python of validate.py, and this time let me type in not mailin@harvard.edu, which I use primarily, but another email address of mine, mailin@cs50.harvard.edu, which forwards to the same. Let me go ahead and hit enter now, and invalid. Even though I'm pretty sure that is in fact my email address. Well, let's put our finger on the reason why. Why at the moment is mailin@cs50.harvard.edu being considered invalid, even though I'm pretty sure I send and receive email from that address too? Why might that be?
Because there is a dot that has come after the @
Exactly. There's a dot after my CS50, and I'm not expecting any dots there. I'm expecting only, again, word characters, which is A through Z, 0 through 9, and underscore. So I'm going to have to retool here. But how can I go about doing this? Well, it turns out, theoretically, there could be other email addresses, even though they'd be getting a little excessively long. For instance, mailin@something.cs50.harvard.edu, which does not technically exist, but it could. You can have, of course, multiple dots in a domain name like we see here. Wouldn't it be nice if we could handle that as well? Well, let me propose that we modified my regular expression as follows. It turns out that you can group ideas together. And you can not only ask whether or not this pattern matches or this one, using syntax like A vertical bar B, which means either A or B. You can also group things together and then apply some other operator to them as well. In fact, let me go back to VS Code here, and let me propose that if I want to tolerate a subdomain, like CS50, that may or may not be there, let me go ahead and change it as follows. I could naively do this. If I want to support subdomains, I could say, well, let's allow for other word characters plus, and then a literal dot. And notice, I'll highlight in blue here what I've just added. Everything else is the same, but I'm now adding room for another sequence of one or more word characters and then a literal dot. So this now, I think, if I rerun python and validate.py, will work for mailin at cs50.harvard.edu, enter. Unfortunately, does anyone see where this is going? Let me rerun python and validate.py and type in, as I keep doing, mailin at harvard.edu, which up until now has kept working despite all of my changes, but now, finally, I've broken my own email address. So logically, what's the solution here? Well, there's a bunch of ways we could solve this. I could maybe start using two regular expressions and support email addresses of the form username at domain.tld or username at subdomain.domain.tld, where TLD just means top-level domain like edu. Or I could maybe just modify this one, because I'd prefer not to have like two regular expressions or one that's twice as big. Why don't I just specify to re.search that part of this pattern is optional? What was the symbol we saw earlier that allows you to specify that the thing before it is technically optional?
The straight bar. We are using the straight bar as optional, make the argument optional.
So we could use a vertical bar and some parentheses and say either there's something here or there's nothing. We could do that in parentheses, but I think there's actually an even easier way.
Actually, is a question mark.
Indeed, question mark. Think back to this summary here of our first set of symbols, whereby we had not just dot and star and plus, but also a question mark, which means literally 0 or 1 repetitions, which effectively means optional. It's either there, 1, or it's not, 0. Now, how can I translate to this code here? Well, let me go ahead and surround this part of my pattern with parentheses, which doesn't mean I want literally a parenthesis in the user's input. I just want to group these characters together. And in fact, this now will still work. I've only added parentheses around the new part for the subdomain. Let me run python to validate.py. Let me run mailin at cs50.harvard.edu, enter. That's still valid. But to be clear, if I rerun it again for mailin at harvard.edu, that is still invalid. But not if I go in here and say after the parentheses, which now is one logical unit, it's one big group of ideas together, I add a single question mark there. This will now tell re.search that that whole thing in parentheses can either be there once or be there not at all, 0 times. So what does this translate into when I run it? Well, let me go ahead and rerun it with mailin at cs50.harvard.edu so that the subdomain's there. That works, as before. Let me clear my screen and run it again. Python to validate.py with mailin at harvard.edu, which used to work, then broke. Are we back in business now? We are. That's now valid again. Questions now on this approach where we've used not just the question mark, but the parentheses as well.
Okay, yeah, you said it was for 0 or 1 repetition. What if you have more?
What if you have more? That's okay. That's where you could do star. Star is 0 or more, which gives you all the flexibility in the world.
Yeah, so I was just asking that with question mark, there's only one repetition allowed.
It means 0 or 1 repetition. So it's either not there or it is there. And so that's why this pattern now, if I go back to my code, even though, again, it admittedly looks cryptic, let me highlight everything after the @ sign and before the $sign. This now represents a domain name, like harvard.edu, or a subdomain within the domain name. Why? Well, this part to the right is the same as always. \w plus means something like Harvard or Yale. \.edu means literally .edu. So the new part is this. In parentheses, I have another set of \w plus \dot now, but it's all in parentheses. I'm now having a question mark right after that, which means that whole thing in parentheses either can be there or it can't be there. It's either of those that are acceptable. So a question mark effectively makes something optional. It would not be correct to remove the parentheses, because what would this mean? If I remove the parentheses, that would mean that only this dot is optional, which isn't really what we want to express. I want the subdomain, like CS50, and the additional dot to be what's there or not there. How about one other question on regex is here?
Can they use this for the usernames?
Absolutely. We still have other problems. Right? We're not solving all of the problems today just yet, but absolutely. Right now, we are not letting you have a period in your username. And again, some of you with Gmail accounts or other accounts, you probably have not just underscores, numbers, and letters. You might have periods too. Well, we could fix that. Not using question mark here per se, but now that we have these parentheses at our disposal, what I could do is this. I could use parentheses to surround the \W to say any word character, which is the same thing again as a letter or a number or an underscore. But I could also or in, using a vertical bar, something else, like a literal dot. Now a literal dot needs to be escaped, otherwise it represents any character, which would be a regression, a step back. But now notice what I've done. In parentheses, I'm telling re.search that those first few characters in your email address, that is your username, has to be a word character, like A through Z, uppercase or lowercase, or 0 through 9, or an underscore, or a literal dot. We could do this differently too. I could get rid of the parentheses and the or, and I could just use a set of characters. I could again manually say A through Z, 0 through 9, underscore, and then I could do a literal dot with a / period. And now I technically don't even need the uppercase because I'm already telling the computer to ignore case. I can just pick one or the other. Which one is better is really up to you. Whichever one you think is more readable would generally be the better design. All right, let me propose that I rewind this in time to where we left off, which was here. And let me propose that there are indeed still limitations of this solution, not just with the username, not just with the domain name. We're still being a little too restrictive. So would you like to see the official regular expression that at least browsers use nowadays whenever you type in an email address to a web form, and the web form, the browser tells you yes or no, your email address is syntactically valid? Ready? Ready? Here is, and this isn't even officially the right regular expression. It's a simplified version that browsers use because it catches most mistakes, but not all. Here we go. This is the regular expression for a valid email address, at least as browsers nowadays implement them. Now,
Damn it!
It's crazy cryptic at first glance, but note, and it's wrapping onto many lines, but it's just one pattern. But just notice the now familiar symbols. There is the caret symbol at the very top. There is the $sign at the very end. There is a square bracket over here, and then some of these ranges plus other characters. Turns out you don't normally see these characters in email addresses. It looks like you're swearing at someone in their username, but they're valid characters. They're valid officially. That doesn't mean that Gmail is going to allow you to put $signs and other punctuation in your username, but officially some servers might allow that. So if you really want to validate a user's email address, you would actually come up with, or copy-paste, something like this. But honestly, this looks so cryptic, and if you were to type it out manually, you are so likely to make a mistake. What's the better solution here instead? This is where, per past weeks, libraries are your friend. Surely someone else on the internet, a programmer more experienced than you even, has come up with code that validates email addresses properly using this regular expression or even something more sophisticated than that. So generally, if the problem at hand is to validate input that is pretty conventional, an email address, a URL, something where there's an official definition that's independent of you yourself, find a popular library that you're comfortable using and use it in your code to validate email addresses. This is not a wheel necessarily that you yourself should invent. We've used email addresses, though, to iteratively start from something simple, too simple, and build on top of that. So you can certainly imagine using regular expressions still to validate things that aren't email addresses, but are data that are important to you. So we at least now have these building blocks. Now, besides the regular expressions themselves, it turns out there's other functions in Python's RE library for regular expressions. Among them is this function here, re.match, which is actually very similar to re.search, except you don't have to specify the caret symbol at the very beginning of your regex if you want to match from the start of a string. re.match by design will automatically start matching from the start of the string for you. Similar in spirit is re.fullmatch, which does the same thing, but not only matches at the start of the string, but the end of the string, so that you too don't need to type in the caret symbol or the $sign as well. But let's go ahead and transition back now to some actual code whereby we solve a different problem in Spirit. Rather than just validate the user's input and make sure it looks the way we want, let's just assume that the users are not going to type in data exactly as we want, and so we're going to have to clean up their input. This happens so often when you're using like a Google form or Office 365 form or anything else to collect user input. No matter what your form question says, your users are not necessarily going to follow those directions. They might go ahead and type in something that's a little differently formatted than you might like. Now, you could certainly go through the results and download a CSV or open the Google spreadsheet or equivalent in Excel and just clean up all of the data manually. But if you've got lots of submissions, dozens, hundreds, thousands of rows in your data set, doing things manually might not be very fun. It might be much more effective to write code, as in Python, that can allow you to clean up that data and any future data as well. So let me propose that we go ahead here and close validate.py, and let's go ahead and create a new program altogether called format.py, the goal of which is to reformat the user's input in the format we expect. I'm going to go ahead and run code of format.py, and let's suppose that the data we're going to reformat is the user's name. So not email address, but name this time. And we're going to hope that they type in their name properly, like David Malin. But some users might be in the habit, for whatever reason, of typing their name backwards, if you will, with a comma, such as Malin, comma, David instead. Now, it's fine because both are clearly as readable to the human, but if you want to standardize how those names are stored in your system, perhaps a database or CSV file or something else, it would be nice to at least standardize or canonicalize the format in which you're storing your data so that if you print out the user's name, it's always the same format, David Malin, and there's no commas or backwardsness to it. So let's go ahead and do something familiar. Let's go ahead and give myself a variable called name and set it equal to the return value of input, asking the user, as we've done many times, what's your name, question mark. I'm going to go ahead and proactively at least clean up some messiness, as we keep doing here, by just stripping off any leading or trailing whitespace, just in case the user accidentally hits the spacebar. We don't want that ultimately in our data set. And now let me go ahead and do this, as we've done before. Let me just go ahead quickly and print out, just to make sure I'm off to the right start, hello, and then in curly braces, name. So making an F string to format hello, comma, name. Now, let me go ahead and clear my screen and run Python of format.py. Let me behave and type in my name as I normally would, David space Malin, enter, and I think the output looks pretty good. It looks as expected grammatically. Let me now go ahead, though, and play this game again, but this time maybe because I'm not thinking or I'm just in the habit of doing last name, comma, first, I do Malin, comma, David, and hit enter. All right, well, this now is weird. Even though the program is just spitting out exactly what I typed in, arguably this is not close to correct, at least grammatically. It should really say, hello, David Malin. Now, maybe I could have some if conditions and I could just reject the user's input if they type a comma or get their names backwards somehow. But that's going to be too little too late if the user has already submitted a form online and I already have the data and now I need to go in and clean it up. And it's not going to be fun to go through manually in Google Spreadsheets or Apple Numbers or Microsoft Excel and manually fix a lot of people's names to get rid of the commas and move the first name before the last, as is conventional in the US. So let's do this. It could be a little fragile, but let's start to express ourselves a little programmatically here and ask this. If there is a comma in the person's name, which is Pythonic, I'm just asking the question, is this shorter string in this longer string? Then let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and grab that name in the variable, split on not just the comma, but the space after, assuming the human typed in a space after their name. And let me go ahead and store the result of that splitting of Malin, comma, David into two variables. Let's do last, comma, first. Again, unpacking the sequence of values that comes back. Now, let me go ahead and reformat the name. So I'm going to forcibly change the user's name to be as I expect. So name is actually going to be this format string. First name, then last name, both in curly braces, but formatted together with a single space so that I'm overriding the user's input and updating my name variable accordingly. For the moment to be clear, this program is interactive. Like the users, like me, are typing their name into the program. But imagine the data already is in a CSV file. It came in from some process like a Google form or something else online. You could imagine writing code similar to this, but that maybe goes and reads that file into memory first. Maybe it's a CSV via a CSV reader or dict reader, and then iterating over each of those names. But we'll keep it simple and just do one name at a time. But now what's kind of interesting here is if I go back to my terminal window and clear it, and run Python of format.py and hit enter, I'm going to type in David space Malin as before, and I think we're still good. But I'm also going to go ahead and do this. Python of format.py, Malin, comma, David, with a space in between, crossing my fingers and hit enter, and voila, that now has been fixed. Such a simple thing, to be sure, but it is so commonly necessary to clean up users' input. Here we see at least one way to do so pretty easily. Now, to be fair, there's some problems here. In fact, can someone imagine a scenario in which this code really doesn't fix the user's input? What could still go wrong even with this fix in my code? Any thoughts?
If they type in their name, comma, and then sign them.
Oh, and then something else. Yeah, so let me try this, for instance. Let me go ahead and run a program, and I am the only David Malin that I know, but suppose I were, let's say, junior, like this, and it's common in English at least to sometimes put a comma there. You don't necessarily need the comma, but I'm one of those people who uses a comma.
30 minutes, push-up time.
Really, really broken. So I've broken some assumption there. And so that could certainly go wrong here. What else? Well, let me go ahead and run this again. And if I did Malin, comma, David, no space, because I'm being a little sloppy, I'm not paying attention, which is going to happen when you have lots of users ultimately. Well, this really broke now. Notice I have a value error, an actual exception. Why? Well, because split is supposed to be splitting the string into two strings by looking for the comma and a space. But if there is no comma and space, it can't split it into two things. And the fact that I have two variables on the left, but I'm only getting back one thing on the right means that I can't do this code quite as this. So it's fragile to be sure, but wouldn't it be nice if we could at least improve it? For instance, we now know some regular expression syntax. What if I at least wanted to make this space optional? Well, I could use my newfound regular expression syntax and put a question mark. Question mark means 0 or 1 of the things to the left. What's the thing to the left? It's literally a space. I don't even need parentheses if there's just one thing there. So that would be the start of a pattern that says I must have a comma, and then I may or may not have a space. 0 or 1 spaces thereafter. Unfortunately, the version of split that's built into the stir variable, as in this case, doesn't support regular expressions. If we want our regular expressions, we need to go use that library here. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me go in and leave this code as is, but go up to the top now and import RE, to import the library for regular expressions. And now let me go ahead and start changing my approach here. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to use the same function called re.search, and I'm going to search for a pattern that I think will be last comma first. So let me use my newfound regular expression syntax and represent a pattern for something like Malin, comma, space David. How can I do this? Well, inside of my quotes for re.search, I'm going to have something, so dot plus, I'm going to have something, so dot plus. Then I'm going to have a comma, then I'm going to have a space, then I'm going to have something dot plus. Now I'm going to preemptively refine this a little bit. I want this whole pattern to start matching at the beginning of the user's input, so I'm going to add the caret right away. And I want the end of the user's input to be matched as well, so that I'm literally expecting any character 1 or more times, then a comma, then a space, then any other character 1 or more times. And then that is it. And I'm going to pass in the name variable as before. Now, when we've used re.search in the past, we really used it just to answer a question. Does the user's input match the following pattern or not, true or false, effectively? But re.search is actually more powerful than that. You can actually get back more information, and you can do this. You can specify a variable and then an assignment operator and get back more precise answers to what has been found when searched for. But what is it you want to get back? Well, it turns out there's this other feature of regular expressions which allow you to use parentheses not just to group things together, but to capture them. It turns out when you specify parentheses in a regular expression, unbeknownst to us up until now, everything in the parentheses will be returned to you as a return value from the re.search function. It's going to allow you to extract specific amounts of information from the user's own input. You can reverse this process too by using the non-capturing version as well. You can use parentheses and then literally a question mark and a colon and then some other stuff, and that will say, don't bother capturing this, I just want to group things. But for now, we're going to use just the parentheses themselves. So how am I going to do this? Well, if I want to get back the user's last name and first name, I think what I want to capture is the dot plus here and the dot plus here. So I've deliberately surrounded in parentheses the dot plus, both to the left and the right of the comma, not because I'm grouping them together per se. I'm not adding a question mark. I'm not adding up another plus or a star. I'm using parentheses now for capturing purposes. Why? Well, I'm going to do this next. I'm going to still ask a Boolean question, like if there are matches, then do this. So if matches is not effectively false, like none, I do expect I've gotten back some matches, and watch what I can do now. I can do last, comma first, equals whatever match is in, and get back all of the groups of matches. Then go ahead and update name, just like before with a format string, and do first, and then last in curly braces as well. And then at the very bottom, just like before, print out, for instance, hello, comma, name. So the new code now is everything highlighted here. I'm using RE search to search for whether the user typed their name in last, comma, first format. But I am more powerfully using re.search to capture some of the user's input. What's going to get captured? Anything I surrounded in parentheses will be returned to me as return values. How do you get at those return values? You ask the variable to which you assign them for all of the groups of parentheses that were captured. So let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead now and run Python of format.py, enter, and I'm going to type my name as usual. In this case, nothing happens with this if condition. Why? Because I did not type a comma, and so this search does not find a comma, so there are no matches. So we immediately just print out hello name. Nothing interesting or new there. But if I now go ahead and clear my screen and run Python of format.py and do Malin, comma, space David, enter, we've reformatted my name. Well, how did this work? Let me be a little more explicit now. It turns out I don't have to just say matches.groups. I can get specific groups back that I want. So let me change my code a little bit more. Let me go ahead now and just say this. Let's update name actually, let's do this. Let's say that the last name is going to be in the matches, but specifically group 1. The first name is going to be in the matches, but specifically group 2. Why 1 and 2? Because this is the first set of parentheses to the left of the comma. This is the second set of parentheses to the right of the comma. And based on the input, this would be the user's last name in this scenario, Malin. This would be the user's first name, David, in this scenario. That's why I'm using group 1.
I gotta take some push-ups.
For the last name, and group 2 for the first name. And now I'm going to go ahead and say name equals f string again, first, and then last, done. And let me refine this one last step before we take questions. I don't really need these variables if I'm immediately using them. Let's just go ahead and tighten this up further, as we've done in the past for design's sake. If I want to make the name the concatenation of the person's first name and last name, let's just do this. Matches.group2 first plus a space plus matches.group1. So it's just up to me to know from left to right, this is group 1, this is group 2. So group 1 is last, group 2 is first. So if I want to flip them around and update the value of name, I can explicitly get group 2 first, concatenate using plus a single space, and then concatenate on group 1. All right, that was a lot. Let me pause to see if there are questions. The key difference here is we're still using re.search the exact same way, but now I'm using its return value, not just to answer a question true or false, but to actually get back specific matches, anything I captured, so to speak, with parentheses.
Why is it here we're using 1 and 2 instead of 0 and 1?
A really good question.
Capturing the first.
A good observation. In almost every other context, we've started counting at 0 and 1 instead of 1 and 2. It turns out there's something else in location 0 when it comes back from re.search related to the string itself. So according to the documentation of this function only, 1 is the first set of parentheses and 2 is the second set, and onward from there. Just a different convention here. Other questions?
What if we write nothing, like white space, comma, white space? How we check true of condition?
Before I answer directly, let me just run this and make sure I've not broken anything further. Let me run Python to format.py. Let me type in David space Malin the right way. Let me run it once more. Let me type in Malin, comma, David the wrong way that we're fixing, and we're still good. But I think it will still break. Let me run it a third time with Malin, comma, David with no space. And now it's still broken. Why? Because I'm still looking for comma space. Now, how can I fix that? One way I could do that is to add a question mark here, which again is 0 or more of the thing before. So if I have a space and then a question mark literally, no need for any parentheses, then I can literally tolerate both Malin, comma, space David or Malin, comma, David. So let's try again. Before this did not work. Let's do Malin, comma, David with no space. Now it does actually work. So we can tolerate different amounts of white space if I am a little more precise with my formula. Let me go ahead and try once more. Let me very weirdly, but possibly, hit the spacebar a few too many times. So now they're really separated. This again is not going to work quite right because it's going to consume all of that white space. So now I might want to strip left and right any of the leading white space on the result. Or what I could do here is say this. Instead of 0 or 1, I could use a star here. So space star. And now if I run this once more with Malin, comma, space, 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 David, enter, now we've cleaned up things further. So you can imagine, depending on how messy the data is that you're cleaning up, your regular expressions might need to get more and more sophisticated. It really depends on just how many problems we want to solve at once. Well, allow me to propose that we forge ahead further just to clean this up even more so using a feature that's actually relatively new to Python itself. It is very common when using regular expressions to do exactly what I've done here, to call a function like re.search with capturing parentheses inside such that you get back a return value that I'm calling matches. You could call it something else, but I'm calling it by default matches. And then notice on the next line, I'm saying if matches. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just tighten things up further and do these all on the same line? Well, you can sort of. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me get rid of this if, and let me just try to say something like this. If matches equals re.search and then colon, so combining my if condition into just one line instead of those two. In C or C++ or Java, you would actually do something like this, surrounding the whole thing with parentheses, sometimes double sets to suppress any warnings, if you want to do two things at once. If you want to not only assign the return value of re.search to a variable called matches, but you want to subsequently ask a Boolean question, is this effectively true or false? That's what I was doing a moment ago. Let me undo this. A moment ago, I was getting back the return value and assigning it to matches, and then I was asking the question. Well, it turns out this need to have two lines of code presumably rubbed people wrong for too long in Python, and so you can now combine these two kinds of lines into one, but you need a new operator. You cannot just say if matches equals research and then a colon at the end. You instead need to do this. You need to do colon equals if and only if you want to assign something from right to left, and you want to ask an if or an elif question on the same line. This is affectionately known, as you can see here, as the walrus operator, and it's new to Python in recent years. And it both allows you to assign a value, as I'm doing, from right to left, and ask a Boolean question about it, like I'm doing with the if or equivalently elif. Does anyone know why this is called the walrus operator? If you kind of look at it like this, perhaps, if you're familiar with walruses, it kind of sort of looks like a walrus. So a minor detail, but a relatively new feature of Python that honestly you'll probably continue to see online and in source code and in textbooks and so forth, increasingly so now that it does exist. It does not change the logic at all. If I run python of format.py and type Malin, comma, space David, it still fixes things, but it's tightened up my code just a bit more. All right, let's go ahead and look at one final problem to solve, that of extracting information now as well. So at this point, we've now validated the user's input by checking whether or not it meets a certain pattern. We've cleaned up the user's input by checking against a pattern whether it matches or not. And if it does match, we kind of reorganize some of the user's information so we can clean up their input and standardize the format in which we're storing or printing it in this case. Let's do one final example where we're very specifically extracting information in order to answer some question. So let me propose this. Let me go ahead and close format.py and create a new file called twitter.py. The goal of which is to prompt users for the URL of their Twitter profile and extract from it, infer from that URL, what is the user's username. Now, why might you want to do this? Well, one, you might want users to be able to just very easily copy and paste the URL from their own Twitter profile into your form, into your app, so that you can figure out what their username is. Or you might have a form that asks the user for their Twitter username, and because people aren't necessarily paying very close attention, some people type their username. Some people type their whole URL or something else altogether. It would be nice, now that you're a programmer, to just be more tolerant of different types of input and just take on the burden of canonicalizing, standardizing the data, but being flexible with the users. It's arguably a better user experience if you just let me copy paste or type in what I want. You clean it up. You're the programmer, not me. Lens for a better experience, perhaps. Well, let me go ahead and do this with twitter.py. Let me first go ahead and prompt the user here for a value for a variable that I'll call URL, and just ask them to input the URL of their Twitter profile. I'm going to go ahead and strip off any leading or trailing white space, just in case users accidentally hit the space bar. That's like literally the least I can do quite easily. But now let's go ahead and do this. Suppose that the user's address is the following. Let me print out what they type in, and let me clear my screen and run python of twitter.py. I'm going to go ahead and type in, for instance, https://twitter.com/davidjmalin, which happens to be my own Twitter username. For now, we're just going to print it back onto the screen just to make sure I've not messed up yet. Okay, so I've printed back out the exact same URL, but the goal at hand is to extract the username only. Now, let me just ask perhaps a straightforward question. Logically, what do I need to do to get at the user's username?
Well, we just ignore what's before the username and then just extract the username.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, it is as simple as that. If you know the username's at the end, well, let's just somehow ignore everything to the beginning. Well, what's at the beginning? Well, it's a URL. So we're probably going to need to ignore an HTTPS, a : / a twitter.com, and a /. So we just want to throw all of that away. Why? Because if it's a URL, we know by how Twitter works that the username comes at the end. So let's use that very simple idea to get at the information we want. Well, I'm going to try this a few different ways. Let me go back into my program here, and instead of just printing it out, which was just to see what's going on, let me do this. Let me create a new variable called username, and let me call url.replace. It turns out that if URL is a string or a str in Python, it again comes with multiple methods like strip and split and others as well, one of which is called replace. And replace will do just that. You pass it 2 arguments, the first of which is what do you want to replace? The second argument is, what do you want to replace it with? So if I want to get rid of, as Ivan proposed, really just everything before the username, that is the Twitter URL, or the beginning thereof, let's just say this. Go ahead and replace https://twitter.com/ close quote. That's what I want to replace. And comma, second argument, what do you want to replace it with? Nothing. So I'm literally going to pass in quote unquote to effectively do a find and replace. That's what the replace method does, just like you can do it in Microsoft Word or Google Docs. This is the programmer's way of doing find and replace. Now, let me go ahead and print out just the username. So I'll use an F string like this. I'll say username, colon, and then in curly braces, username, just to format it nicely. All right, let me go ahead and clear my screen and run Python of twitter.py, enter, URL. Here we go, https://twitter.com/DavidJMalin, enter. Okay, now we've made some progress. Done for the day, right? Well, what is suboptimal about this? Can anyone critique or find fault with my program? It is working now, but it's a little fragile. I bet we could contrive some scenarios where I think it works, but it doesn't.
Well, I have a few ideas actually. Well, first of all, if we don't specify HTTPS, it will broken. Secondly, if we have slash at the end, it also will be broken. If we have like a question mark or something after question mark, it also won't work. So that's the next actually.
Oh my God, I mean, here we are. I was pretending to think I was done, but my God, like Alex gave us a whole laundry list of like problems. And just to recap then, what if it's not HTTPS, it's HTTP? Slightly less secure, but I should still be able to tolerate that programmatically. What if the protocol's not there? What if the user just typed twitter.com/DavidJMalin? It would be nice to tolerate that rather than show an error and make me type in the protocol Y. It's not good user experience. What if it had a slash at the end of the username or a question mark? If you think about URLs you've seen on the web, there's very commonly more information, especially if it's been shared on social media. There might be HTTP parameters, so to speak, just stuff there that we don't want. There could be a www.twitter.com, which I'm also not expecting, but does work if you go to that URL too. So there's just so many things that can go wrong. And even if I come back to my contrived example as earlier, what if I run this program and say this? My username is https://twitter.com/DavidJMalin, enter. Well, that too just didn't really work. It got rid of the URL. Actually, okay, actually that kind of worked. But the goal here is to actually get the user's username, not an English sentence describing the user's username. So I would argue that even though I just accidentally created perfectly correct English grammar, I did not extract the Twitter username correctly. I don't want words like my username is as part of my input. So how can we go about improving this and maybe chipping away at some of those problems one by one? Well, let me clear my screen here. Let me come back up to my code and let me not just replace it, but let me do something else instead. I'm going to go ahead and instead of using replace, I'm going to use another function called remove prefix. A prefix is a string or a substring that comes at the start of another. So if I remove prefix, I don't need a second argument for this function. I just need one. What prefix do you want to remove? So this will at least now fix the problem I just described of typing in like a whole sentence where the URL is there, but it's not at the beginning, it's only at the end. So here, this still is not correct, but we don't create this weird looking output that just removes the URL part of the input. My username is https://twitter.com/DavidJMalin. A moment ago, it did remove the URL and left only the DavidJMalin. This is not perfect still, but at least now it does not weirdly remove the URL and then leave the English. It's just leaving it alone. So maybe I could handle this better, but at least it's removing it from the part of the string I might anticipate. Well, what else could we do here? Well, it turns out that like regular expressions just let us express patterns much more precisely. We could spend all day using a whole bunch of different Python functions like remove prefix or remove and strip and others and kind of make our way to the right solution. But a regular expression just allows you to more succinctly, if admittedly more cryptically, express these kinds of patterns and goals. And we've seen from parentheses, which can be used not just to group symbols together as sets, but to capture information as well, we have a very powerful tool now in our toolkit. So let me do this. Let me go ahead and start fresh here and import the RE library as before at the very top of my program. I'm still going to get the user's URL via the same line of code, but I'm now going to use another function as well. It turns out that there's not just re.search or rd.match or re.fullmatch. There's also re.sub in the regular expression library, where sub here means substitute. And it takes more arguments, but they're fairly straightforward. The first argument to re.sub is the pattern, the regular expression that you want to look for. Then you have a replacement string. What do you want to replace that pattern with? And where do you want to do all that? Well, you pass in the string that you want to do the substitution on. Then there's some other arguments that I'll wave my hands at for now. Among them are those same flags and also a count, like how many times do you want to do find and replace? Do you want it to do all? Or do you want to do it just one? Or so forth. You can have further control there too, just like you would in Google Docs or Microsoft Word. Well, let me go back to my code here, and let me do this. I'm going to go ahead and call re, not search, but re.sub for substitute. I'm going to pass in the following regular expression, https://twitter.com/ and then I'm going to close my quote. And now what do I want to replace that with? Well, like before, with the simple stir replace function, I want to replace it with nothing. Just get rid of it altogether. But what string do I want to pass in to do this to? The URL from the user. And now let me go ahead and assign the return value of resub to a variable called username. So resub's purpose in life is, again, to substitute some value for some regular expression some number of times. It essentially is find and replace using regular expressions. And it returns to you the resulting string once you've done all those substitutions. So now the very last line of my code can be the same as before, print, and I'll use an F string, username, colon, and then in curly braces, username. So I can print out literally just that. All right, let's try this and see what happens. I'll clear my terminal window, run python of twitter.py, and here we go, https://twitter.com/davidjmalin. Cross my fingers and hit enter. Okay, now we're in business. But it is still a little fragile, and so let me ask the group, what problems should I now further chip away at? They've been said before, but let's be clear. What's one or more problems that still remain?
The protocols and the domain prefixes.
Good, the protocol, so HTTP versus HTTPS. Maybe the subdomain, www, should it be there or not? And there's a few other mistakes here too. Let me actually stay with the group. What are some other shortcomings of this current solution?
If we use a phrase like you do before, we are going to have the same problem because it's not taking account in the first part of the text example.
Good. I might still allow for like some words, some English to the left of the URL because I didn't use like my caret symbol, so I'll fix that. And any final observations on shortcomings here?
It could be a HTTP, or there could be like less than 2 slashes.
Okay, so it could be HTTP, and I think that was mentioned too in terms of protocol. There could be fewer than 2 slashes. That I'm not going to worry about. If the user gives me 1 slash instead of 2, that's really user error, and I could be tolerant of it, but you know what? At that point, I'm okay yelling at them with an error message saying, please fix your input. Otherwise, we could be here all day long trying to handle all possible typos. For now, I think in the interest of usability or user experience, UX, let's at least be tolerant of all possible valid inputs or reasonable inputs, if you will. So let me go here and let me start chipping away at these here. What are some problems we can solve? Well, let me propose that we first address the issue of matching from the beginning of the string. So let me add the caret to the beginning, and let me add not a $sign at the end, though, right? Because I don't want to match all the way to the end because I want to tolerate a username there. So I think we just want the caret symbol there. There's a subtle bug that no one yet mentioned, and let me just kind of highlight it and see if it jumps out at you now. It's a little subtle here on my screen. I've highlighted in blue a final bug here. Maybe some smiles on the screen. Yeah, can we take one hand here? Why am I highlighting the dot in twitter.com, even though it definitely should be there?
So the dot without a backslash means any character is of a new line?
Yeah, exactly. It means any character. So I could type in something like Twitter .com or Twitter anything.com, and that would actually be tolerated. It's not really that bad because why would the user do that? But if I want to be correct and I want to be able to test my own code properly, I should really get this detail right. So that's an easy fix too, but it's a common mistake. Anytime you're writing regular expressions that happen to involve special symbols, like dots in a URL or domain name, a $ in something involving currency, remember, you might indeed need to escape it with a backslash like this here. All right, let me ask the group about the protocol specifically.
I need to cook some
HTTPS
chicken
is a
on
good
the
thing in
oven.
the world.
Be right back, people. We back. I gotta charge my phone. Phone. Oh, where charger at? God damn, that's an amazing game. Okay, yeah, well, let's continue.
Secure. There is encryption being used, so generally you like to see HTTPS, but you still see people typing or copy-pasting HTTP. What would be the simplest fix here to tolerate, as has been proposed, both HTTP and HTTPS? I'm going to propose that I could do this. I could do HTTP vertical bar or HTTPS, which again means A or B, but I think I can be smarter than that. I can keep my code a little more succinct. Any recommendations here for tolerating HTTP or HTTPS?
We could try to put a question mark behind the S.
Perfect. Just use a question mark, right? Like both of those would be viable solutions. If you want to be super explicit in your code, fine. Use parentheses and say HTTP or HTTPS so that you, the reader, your boss, your teacher, just know exactly what you're doing. But, you know, if you keep taking the more verbose approach all the time, it might actually become less readable, certainly once your regular expressions get this big instead of this big. So let's save space where we can, and I would argue that this is pretty reasonable. So long as you're in the habits of reading regular expressions and know that question mark does not mean a literal question mark, but it means 0 or 1 of the thing before, I think we've effectively made the S optional here. Now, what else can I do? Well, suppose we want to tolerate the www dot, which may or may not be there, but it will work if you go to a browser. I could do this, www dot. Wait, I want a backslash there so I don't repeat the same mistake as before, but this is no good either because I want to tolerate www being there or not being there. And now I've just required that it be there, but I think I can take the same approach. Any recommendations? How do I make the www dot optional? Just to hammer this home.
We can like group, make it square and
bracket, not the
Perfect.
slash.
So question mark is the short answer again, but we have to be a little smarter this time, as Maria's noted. We need parentheses now, because if I just put a question mark after the dot, that just means the dot is optional, and that's wrong, because we don't want the user to type in www.twitter. We want the dot to be there, or just not at all with no www, so we need to group this whole thing together. Put a parenthesis there, and then a parenthesis not after the third W, after the dot,
Not after the
so that that
W.
whole thing is either there
W.
or it's not there.
W.
And what else could we still do here? You know, there's going to be one other thing we should tolerate, and it's been said before, and I'll pluck this one off. What about the protocol? Like, what if the user just doesn't type or doesn't copy-paste the HTTP : or an HTTPS : right? Honestly, you and I are not in the habit, generally, of even typing the protocol anymore nowadays. You just let the browser figure it out for you and automatically add it as said. So this one's going to look like more of a mouthful, but if I want this whole thing here in blue to be optional, it's actually the same solution as Maria offered a moment ago. I'm going to go ahead and put a parenthesis over here and a parenthesis after the 2 slashes and then a question mark. So as to make that whole thing optional as well. And this is okay. It's totally fine to make this whole thing optional, or inside of it, this little thing, just the S, optional as well. So long as I'm applying the same principles again and again, either on a small scale or a bigger scale, it's totally fine to nest one of these inside of the other. Questions now on any of these refinements to this parsing, this analyzing of Twitter?
What if we put a vertical bar besides this www.
What if we use a vertical bar there? So we could do something like that too. We could do something like this. Instead of the question mark, I could do www dot or nothing and just leave that in the parentheses. That too would be fine. I personally tend not to like that because it's a little less obvious to me. Wait a minute, is that deliberate, or did I forget to finish my thought by putting something after the vertical bar? But that too would be allowed there as well, if that's what you mean. Other questions on where we left things here, where we made the protocol optional too?
What could happen if we have parentheses and inside we have another parenthesis and another parenthesis? We need to deal with each other.
If you have parentheses inside of parentheses, that too is totally fine. And indeed, that should be one of the reassuring lessons today. As complicated as each of these regular expressions has admittedly gotten, I'm just applying the exact same principles and the exact same syntax again and again. So it's totally fine to have parentheses inside of parentheses if they're each solving different problems. And in fact, the lesson I would really emphasize the most today is that you will not be happy if you try to write out a whole, complicated, regular expression all at once. Like if you're anything like me, you will fail and you will have trouble finding the mistake because, my God, look at these things. They are, even to me all these years later, cryptic. The better way, I would argue, whether you're new to programming or as old to it as I am, is to just take these baby steps, these incremental steps where you do something simple, you make sure it works. You add one more feature, make sure it works. Add one more feature, make sure it works. And hopefully by the end, because you've done each of those steps one at a time, the whole thing will make sense to you, but you'll also have gotten each of those steps correct at each turn. So please do avoid the inclination to try to come up with long, sophisticated regular expressions all at once, because it's just not a good use of a time if you then stare at it trying to find a mistake that you could have caught if you did things more incrementally instead. All right, there still remains arguably at least one problem with this solution in that even though I'm calling re.sub to substitute the URL with nothing, quote unquote, I then on my final line of code, line 6, am just blindly assuming that it all works, and I'm going to go ahead and print out the username. But what if the user, if I clear my screen here and run python of twitter.py, doesn't even type a Twitter URL? What if they do something like https://www.google.com/ like completely unrelatedly, for whatever reason, enter, that is not their Twitter username. So we need to have some conditional logic, I would argue, so that for this program's sake, we're only printing out, or in a back-end system, we're only saving into our database or a CSV file the username if we actually matched the proper pattern. So rather than use re.sub, which is useful for cleaning up data, as we've done here to get rid of something we don't want there, why don't we go back to re.search, where we began today, and use it to solve the same problem, but in a way that's conditional, whereby I can confidently say yes or no at the end of my program, here's the username, or here it is not. So let me go ahead now, and I'll clear my terminal window here. I'm going to keep most of I'm going to keep the first two lines the same, where I import re and I get the URL from the user, but this time let's do this. Let's this time search for, using re.search instead of re.sub, the following. I'm going to start matching at the beginning of the URL of the string, https, question mark to make the S optional, ://. Then I'm going to make my www optional by putting that in question marks there. Then a twitter.com with a literal dot there, so I'll stay ahead of that issue too. Then a slash, and then, well, this is where David J. Malin is supposed to go. How do I detect this? Well, I think I'll just tolerate anything at the end of the URL here. All right, $sign at the very end, close quote. For the moment, I'm going to stipulate that we're not going to worry about question marks at the end or hashes, like for fragment IDs and URLs. We're going to assume for simplicity now that the URL just ends with the username alone. Now, what am I going to do? Well, I want to search for this URL specifically, and I'm going to ignore case. So re.ignore case, applying that same lesson learned from before. re.search, recall, will return to you the matches you've captured. Well, what do I want to capture? Well, I want to capture everything to the right of the twitter.com URL here, so let me surround what should be the user's username with parentheses, not for making them optional, but to say capture this set of characters. Now, re.search, recall, returns an answer. Matches will be my variable name again, but I could call it anything I want, and then I can do this. If matches, now I know I can do this. Let's print out the format string, username, :, and then, what do I want to print out? Well,
I'll be right back. I need to just turn on the oven. It turns off every 20 minutes. The meat should be on the oven for 40 minutes. So I'll be right back.
I think I want to print out matches.group1 for my matched username. All right, so what am I doing just to recap? Line 1, I'm importing the library. Line 2, I'm getting the URL from the user, so nothing new there. Line 5, I'm searching the user's URL, as indicated here as the second argument, for this regular expression, this pattern. I have surrounded the dot plus with parentheses so that they are captured ultimately. So I can extract in this final scenario the user's username. If I indeed got a match, and matches is none, it is actually containing some match, then and only then print out username. In this way, let me try this now. If I run python of twitter.py and type in https://www.google.com/, now nothing gets printed. So I've at least solved the mistake we just saw, where I was just assuming that my code worked. Now I'm making sure that I have searched for and found the Twitter URL prefix. All right, well, let's run this for real now. Python of twitter.py, https://twitter.com/DavidJMalin. But note, I could use HTTP, I could use www. I'm just going to go ahead here and hit enter. Huh, none. What has gone wrong? This one's a bit more subtle, but why does matches.group1 contain nothing? Wait a minute, maybe I did this wrong. Maybe do we need the www? Let me run it again. So here we go, https:// let's add it, www.twitter.com/DavidJMalin. All right, enter. Ho, ho, ho. What is going on?
You have to say group 2.
I have to say group 2. Well, wait, oh, right, because we had the subdomain was optional, and to make it optional, I needed to use parentheses here, and so I then said 0 or 1. Okay, so that means that actually I'm unintentionally, but by design, capturing the www dot, or none of it if it wasn't there before, but I have a second match over here because I have a second set of parentheses. So I think, yep, let me change matches group 1 to matches group 2, and let's rerun this. Python of twitter.py, https://www.twitter, let's do this, twitter.com/DavidJMalin, enter, and now we've got access to the username. Let me go ahead and tighten it up a little bit further. If you like our new friend, it's hard not to like, if we like our old friend, the walrus operator, let's go ahead and add this just to tighten things up. Let me go back to VS Code here, and let me get rid of the unnecessary condition there and combine it up here. If matches equals that, but let's change the single assignment operator to the walrus operator. Now I've tightened things up further, but I bet there might be another solution here. And indeed, it turns out that we can come back to this final set of syntax. Recall that when we introduced these parentheses, we did it so that we could do A or B, for instance, with the vertical bar, though you can even combine more than just one bar. We used the group to combine ideas like the www dot, and then there's this admittedly weird syntax at the bottom here, up until now not used. There is a non-capturing version of parentheses if you want to use parentheses logically, because you need to, but you don't want to bother capturing the result. And this would arguably be a better solution here because, yes, if I go back to VS Code, I do need to surround the www dot with parentheses, at least as I've written my regex here, because I wanted to put the question mark after it. But I don't need the www dot coming back. In fact, let's only extract the data we care about just so there's no confusion down the road for me or my colleagues or my teachers. So what could I do? Well, the syntax per this slide is to use a question mark and a colon immediately after the open parenthesis. It looks weird, admittedly. Those of you who have prior programming experience might recognize the syntax from ternary operators, doing an if-else all in one line. A question mark colon at the beginning of that parenthetical means, yes, I'm using parentheses to group these things together, but no, you do not need to capture them instead. So I can change my code back now to matches.group1. I'll clear my screen here, run python of twitter.py. I'll again run here https://twitter.com/DavidJMalin with or without the www. And now I indeed get back that username. Any questions then on these final techniques?
So first of all, could we move the caret right at the beginning of Twitter and then just start reading from there and then get rid of everything else before that, the kind of WWE issues that we had. And then my second question is, how would we use kind of, I guess, either a list or a dictionary to sort the .com kind of thing, because we have .co.uk and that kind of stuff. How would we bring that into the RE function?
A good question, but no. If I move the caret before twitter.com and throw away the protocol and the www, then the user is going to have to type in literally twitter.com/username. They can't even type in that other stuff, so that would be a regression, step back. As for the .com and the .org and .edu and so forth, the short answer is there's many different solutions here. If I wanted to be stringent about .com, and suppose that Twitter probably owns multiple domain names, even though they tend to use just this one. Suppose they have something like .org as well. You could use more parentheses here and do something like this, com or org. I'd probably want to go in and add a question mark colon to make it non-capturing, because I don't care which it is. I just want to tolerate both. Alternatively, we could capture that. We could do something like this, where we do dot plus so as to actually capture that. And then we could do something like this. If matches.group1 now equals com, then we could support this. So you could imagine factoring out the logic just by extracting the top-level domain, or TLD, and then just using Python code, maybe a list, maybe a dictionary, to validate elsewhere, outside of the regex, if it's in fact what you expect. For now, though, we kept things simple. We focused only on the .com in this case. Let's make one final change to this program so that we're being a little more specific with the definition of a Twitter username. It turns out that we're being a little too generous over here, whereby we're accepting one or more of any character. I checked the documentation for Twitter.
Okay, the time is 3. I have to get to work in 30 minutes. I gotta call my parents. I gotta eat. So peace out, YouTube. It's been a pleasure.